Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Sorry about the wait there. My alarm did not go off, so I had to wake up and set up and get myself a little toast. Get myself a little bit of breakfast so I can put some energy in me before we start this stream. Good morning. Is everybody excited for this? Is everybody ready for Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker? Oh wait, we're not doing that today? Shit. Fuck. We're not doing Endwalker. Oh no! We're doing Hildebrand Manderville. It's a Hildebrand Manderville world, and we're just living in it, chat. But how cool! I love this title. It opened up for me just as I was setting up the stream, so I thought I'd just leave it on. Because look at that. New expansion. The game has recognized that I have finished Shadowbringers. And it automatically switched over to this. So cool. But welcome to the stream, everybody. I hope you're having a good morning, a good night, wherever you are. And I hope that you didn't sleep through any alarms and everything will go well for you today. I'm glad that I just woke up at least 20 minutes late. Because it could have gotten so much worse. So that's good. But yes, this is the one stream intermission before we get to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. So we're going to be doing Manderville today, and we're going to see how much we get done of Manderville today. Not all of it, I'm sure. But Endwalker will be the next one. So cool. We get on our little Star Destroyer Dorito spaceship and go, and we're going to the moon. Very interesting little title there. Let's get into the game, shall we? I had to install a huge 35 megabyte update. It was huge. Oh my god. Oh my god. Which one of you is it? Which one of you is it? Unbelievable. Surely just let me in. At that point, just let me in. There we go. How's everyone doing today? What have you been up to in the 6 hours you've been waiting for me to start the stream? Hope you're all well. Wow, party of people. All right, let me. Give me a second. I need to get up where to find, well, actually, maybe you know, chat, where to find Hildebrand. The last quest that we did with him. God, where is he? Hildebrand. Okay. So the last one I did was 8 armed and dangerous. So he should be in Ul'dah. Let me make this right. Hold on. Okay. Going to Ulda. We're gonna try and find him. Okay. Which quest am I looking for? It's not going to be any of those. That's a job. There's another job. An ill-conceived venture. That sounds like it could be a Manderville quest. Corpse Groom. Also, I don't know. The Killer Instinct. What price? Victory? I moused over it. Of course I did. That was intentional. Right there. Right there. Okay. Best character in the best city. You, my friend, are on a fine line. Be careful. Be careful. Careful what you say about this city. There they are. There they are. Alright, I should probably change my fit. It's detective time. Perfect. There it is. Alright, we're ready. We're ready. What price? Victory. Hildebrand is contemplating the implications of Ultros's behavior. Now, it's been a little while. Is this still in the A Realm Reborn segment of his questline? God damn, we've been slacking. All right, ready? Let's have just a quick read on the last quest that we did, because the last time we did Manderville was like pre-Shadowbringers. Probably even pre-Stormblood. With my plan to out the thief at Miss Arabella's wedding proving a rousing success, we were this close to defending the treasure from the clutches of the many-faced fiend. But even the best-laid plans of inspectors extraordinaire won't go awry, and our phantom quarry successfully absconded with the so-called Maiden's Virtue. With no rest for the weary agent of inquiry, I have ventured to the Colosseum to begin my preliminary research of the environs. This time, I swear on the Manderville name, the phantom thief shall meet his match. Ellie believes she has identified the thief's next target, a priceless treasure set to be awarded to the winner of the Mithril Cup, a tournament scheduled to be held at the Colosseum in the coming days. She informs you that her colleague Ganelon is in Ulda as you speak, researching for a feature on this very event. Travel to town and see what the reporter might tell you. With some encouragement from Ellie, Ganelon shares his findings with you. It would seem that many of the scheduled combatants for the Mithril Cup have withdrawn due to injuries sustained under curious circumstances, leading to suspicions of foul play. Speak with the gatekeeper Yu Baya to gain entrance to the Colosseum, that you might further question the relevant parties. Upon arriving at the Colosseum and speaking with the organizer, one Dower Meadow, you soon reunite with a certain gentleman inspector and consulting detective, with the rivalry between the two as heated as ever. With a mind to keep the prizes out of the hands of the thief, you enter the tourney at Inspector Briardian's behest, submitting your application to the tentacled receptionist known by the name of Ultros. Fearing for your safety now that you have declared your intention to fight, Ellie suggests you return to Ganelon and seek out more information on the shady attacks against potential combatants. Ganelon shares with you his suspicions that the confident gladiatrix by the name of Avila might be in some way connected to the curious incidents. He encourages you to seek out one raging rat, a gladiator who fell to the same Avila in the preliminary rounds, that you might gain the information you need to protect yourself. Raging Rat suspects that Avila's renowned Tempest Blade is some sort of sorcery, while Ellie wonders if the Alamegan Shield Maiden might not be aided by one of her fellow refugees. Meanwhile, Hildebrand and Nashu have taken a harmless, if seemingly unfruitful, interest in a certain eight-legged individual. Humor him by traveling to the Colosseum and seeing where his investigation might have led. Alongside Hildebrand, you pursue the shifty Ultros about and around the Colosseum. As expected, his behavior is most curious, if not particularly enlightening. Return to the Colosseum entrance and listen to Nashu's latest musings on the movements of her quarry. Your pursuit of Ultros has proven to be every bit as fruitful as expected, which is to say not very. Perhaps Inspector Hildebrand has managed to glean something more from this utterly unremarkable turn of events. Inquire with him as to what may be on his mind. And there it is. There's our catch-up. So now we're back, and we're all on the same page. And now we're contemplating the implications of Ultros' behavior 25 years later. Ever think of playing ESO? I have thought about it, but I probably won't. Why did I stop the Hildebrand questline like right here in the last stream? Was it like the end of stream and then I said, alright, I'm done? Because I've like stopped in the middle of something. That's so stupid. Poor misunderstood Ulti. And here we suspected him of criminal activity when in truth he was just a gentle soul, luckless in love. Oh, Ulti, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us? Yes. Now, perhaps we should return to the investigation. If Avila is as suspicious as they say, perhaps we should follow her around for a bit. Dower Meadow back at the Colosseum should be able to enlighten us as to her whereabouts. An excellent idea, Miss Ellie, but I have a better one. Let us return to the Colosseum and speak with Dower Meadow. From him we shall ascertain Miss Avila's whereabouts, upon which we shall follow her about to see if she is indeed as suspicious as they say. Come, Nashu, the investigation calls. Don't think Uncle Ote didn't see you following me. That's how Ultros sounds. What's the big idea, eh? I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus. Squee! Or am I? Come on now, I just want what any octopus wants, a cute girl, untold riches, and the admiration of millions. Can't Uncle Ote dream? It's an admirable endeavor. Can't complain about it. Unless there's something else to this. Well, kids, hate to ink and run. Then again, I am an octopus. Okay, quest accepted. Oh wait, what's this? Off camera, just to the side? For those of you who have been patient at home, what's this off to the side, you say? What is this? Oh! Oh! Whoa! What's that? Oh! Whoa! What's this box? Hold on a second. Hold on. It's just so heavy. Oh! Whoa! 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 Hey, look, it's this one. It's that girl. It's that girl. Oh, it's this girl. Whoa! It's the one that's relevant to the game that we're playing. There's also this one. There's also this one. May contain a serialized card. The smallest box being the most expensive. And it definitely has the serialized Chocobo in there. I tell you. 77 out of 77. I can feel it. It's in here. which means I won't open it. Ever. I won't open it ever. Yeah, there's spoilers for sure. I don't even think I can open Ishtola's commander deck. Luckily, the back is safe. It has characters on it that I'm aware of, but I think I'll be able to open my Final Fantasy VII and 10 commander decks safely, and I'll actually get to play them. I'm going to open the Ishtola deck right now, and I'll show you the cards. But yes, I picked up my some of my Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering pre-orders. I pre-ordered it back in February, and then the hype for that's kind of skyrocketed. I mean, the plan is maybe I'll have to finish. I'll have to finish the current Final Fantasy XIV stuff before I do it. I don't even know if there's. Oh god, I don't even know if there's any Dawn Trail in the Final Fantasy XIV set, because I don't know when they started working on it. If it just goes up to Endwalker, who knows? There's no Dawn Trail. There you go. After Endwalker, we can open the boxes. Yes, what is it this time? I'm a busy man. Looking for a villa, you say? She said something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the Coffer and Coffin. I reckon you might still find her there. I'll warn you, though, if you're smart, you'll keep your distance from that one. That poor bugger Ganelon tried to interview her for an article, though thought the girl was going to rip his head clean off. How can I put this? She doesn't seem to take kindly to being asked questions of a personal nature, if you catch my drift. That said, if you're looking for a good sparring match to warm you up for the tourney, that might be just the ticket. Arrgh! I'm going to assure you there will be no need for gratuitous fisticuffs, my good sir. With my remarkable powers of espionage, we will ascertain all the information we need without the fiery lass being even alerted to our presence. Let us be off. Very good, sir. Off we go. We're on the job. Oh god, where am I going now? Okay, we're out of Uldar. Thank God. Cast for life. If I end up playing Final Fantasy VI, which version will I play? Most likely the Pixel Remaster will be what I play. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Everybody has the things. Yeah, it's decided. After Endwalker, I can at least open maybe my, like, play booster box. I still don't know if I want to open my collector booster box. Because let me tell you, chat, that's an expensive cardboard box. It's like the most expensive cardboard box I ever bought, and I bought it because I love Final Fantasy a lot, and I also love Magic the Gathering. But holy hell, like, it's that expensive because it's a box of all bangers, but Jesus, it's a rough ask to open. Because there's a part of me that wants to keep, like, a little nice sealed box on a shelf. And I don't think I'll buy another one, because it's, you know, I already sold one finger on the black market for one of them. Yeah, I'm sort of aware of the fact that there is no definitive version of classic Final Fantasy games, because there's like some games that have DS remakes, and there's other games that have been put on the GBA and they had extra stuff, and then there's other releases of the games, and then there are people that say just go and play the SNES originals, and you know, there's a lot of different iterations of the game. I'm just gonna play for first playthrough the Pixel remasters, I would say. Behold, the lovely Miss Avila, just as predicted. Let us keep watch from here, so as not to set off the girl's famed temper. How many times must I tell you, there's no cause for concern. The spoils shall be mine. May as well be written stone. Do you realize what this means? We have suffered and suffered long, but my victory shall mark a new era. Just as Ruban Alden won a new life for himself in the Colosseum, I shall win a new life for our people. The prize that I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 1,000, no, 10,000-fold. In a land where wealth is power, we will be kicked to the gutter by the Uldans no longer, and with that, I must be off to the Nanawa Mines to meet my sister. Xena, warrior princess. Miss Avila's self-assurance is ever a sight to behold. I deduce that my own chances of felling her on the field of battle are infinitesimal. I could have told you that before you signed up. Come on now. We have a suspect to pursue. A suspecto to pursue. So, we're following Avila, and Ultros is now following us. Gwee! Trying to steal Avila from Uncle Ulti's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Yes, Uncle Ulti's homemade explosive will see that this is the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus? Ah, the distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it, Nashu. Heavens no, Inspector. This is far too elaborate to be one of mine. Do you think whoever crafted this would be willing to give me a lesson? They're on to me. Preposterous. Could it be that the musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks? I see. In any event, I shudder to think what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced upon such a hazardous object. Allow me. Heave! Ho! Oh my god. Gonna land right on top of him? You gotta be kidding me! Oh, that's so dumb. Let me just throw it in this here direction where no one else would be out of harm's way. Where? That maiden in mining garb must be the sister of whom Miss Avila spoke. Let us listen a bit closer. Thought we agreed. No hard labor until your leg is healed. I swear, sometimes I think you were born solely to give your poor sister headaches. This is the girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with a good arm? Perhaps someday you'll understand that your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what news of the tourney? Worry not, Hedgelina. I have taken all the necessary precautions. The Warden's grace is as good as ours. Even the most modern estimate's value is worth some 30 million gil. Do you realize what this means? Necklaces from Eshtaim's, sun-silk dresses, all the luxuries you've ever wanted will be yours. Poor little girls in shabby clothes, objects of pity and scorn for the Uldan upper crust, those days are over. After I claim victory, we will take our rightful place at the top of society. I don't know, Harvey. Wealth is all well and good, but When I see you stand tall in the Colosseum, hundreds and thousands cheering your name, I am proud, no matter how humble our birth. If we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all the wealth I ask for. That is your problem, Angelina. You've always been too quick to settle for less than your worth. But worry not, for your sister is watching over you. I will do this, for us. Now I must return. Gods forbid one of those prying reporters overhears us. That's my Avi, unfazed by a duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment of tenderness. May the gods smile on you, sister, and be safe. More moving display of sisterly love I have not seen, and yet I fear it has afforded us little in the way of prospective clues. It would seem Avila's obsession with victory runs even deeper than we imagined. That said, I can't help but feel a bond with the girl. My sister and I were alone in the world too, you see. Inspector, did you hear what I just heard? Oh my... The pulsing lump with the band-aid on it. Incredible. Look, kids, Uncle Alti has had it up to here with you. Do you think you could just fall in this pit and die like a good little boy? Whee! I'm talking to you, Mr. Warrior of Light. Hear that sound? Just one step closer, closer. And Hildebrand has fallen in, and we can just see him from over there. Not you, you idiot! No need for concern, friends. I have simply taken a liberty of investigating this hole in the ground, and I'm pleased to report that there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. Our hero. Now, shall we return to Uldar? The Mithril Cup will be starting before long, and the last thing we want after all this is to lose our bout by forfeit. Could it be? Did that musclehead dive straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seem completely unsurprised at this turn of events. Doubtless he has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman if I ever saw one. But if you think that means I'm going to show mercy on you, you've got another think coming. Time to break out the big guns, kids. Wait a minute. I dug 2 pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the second one was right around... Give me a break! He's gonna have like a tentacle and a sling the next time that we see him. Unbelievable. Okay. Off we go. This is just what we need after completing Shadowbringers. You know, some levity, some light-hearted, fun stuff before we get into the serious new expansion. Yeah, I had mine turned off except for the end of last stream because we were specifically turning it on for the new mounts that we acquired from the Savage Eden raids, so I will probably turn it back off after this. Yes, is something the matter? We're on something of a tight schedule here, Inspector. Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-honed inspector's senses are tingling. I feel a most fearsome adversary lurking about. He just has a second bump. This time you're really up the creek without a paddle, kids. Mwahaha! Say hello to a not-so-little friend of mine from the Colosseum. He's large, he's in charge, and most of all, he's hungry. Whee! Where in the world is he? I haven't got all night. Why, yes, of course. Father Manderville. My chimera! Who is that half-naked fool? Father, could it be that aura of unmitigated murderous rage that I felt was not our quarry, but you? Hilde, I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making. What brings you and your friends to these parts today? Just a bit of sleuth work, Father dear, and with that we must return to Uldar. If you had not heard, your son is set to compete for the Mithril Cup. Oh, moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? A fitting second career for a Manderville man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bound old man is the inspector's father? Remind me never to go on one of their family reunions. Ah, just who is this inspector, anyway? Hilde is a worthy rival, if ever there were one. Who goes there? What? Wait, Gilgamesh. Yes! I'm like, wait, Gilgamesh! Chicken! Green! I remember. I'm locked in, gamers. I'm like, wait a minute, I've seen this bird before. I picked the right off-screen voice chat. We're good, we're good. That's always like the question mark off-screen voice. Well, let's see. Everyone just likes to put on a deep, ominous voice before they walk in, and if they don't end up having one when they walk off screen, that's part of the joke. Hilde, Omega, I have been waiting for this day. Interesting. Well, looky who we have here. You're quite the intimidating gent yourself. A friend of the inspector, mayhap. I am Gilgamesh, wandering duelist, and I am not so much the inspector's friend as his enemy. Well, that makes two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, because this might just be our lucky day. Is there no one in this accursed realm who can remember my... call me what you will, friend, but heed my words. Omega is a formidable foe. Old Gulliver's travels. I gotta say, there's something very satisfying about this Ultros design. Like, I love the texture on his skin. It's just so cool to look at. That's sounding like high praise coming from a big fella like yourself. To have such a powerhouse as his sidekick, that inspector must be something else indeed. I know not what brings you to do battle with those two, but I warn you, you will end up as a seafood soup if you face them alone. And with that, I must be off. For reasons that I do not entirely understand, I am considered something of a fugitive in these parts. Omega, I will not fall so easily this time. Well, it looks like I've got my legs full, all 8 of them. But if that adventure is too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring along a friend. A supply twisting ring calling to mind the undulations of a creature of the sea. Yes, inspiration has struck. Nobody here but us octopodes? Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, fiend. Oh my god. He bouncing. Oh, for fuck's sake. Muscleheads, I hate them! I think Godbert Manderville would solo all of the Asians that have done me such a... given me such a hard time. Why isn't Godbert a warrior of light? Most powerful man indeed. God, reading the phrase YTP takes me back to an era. I used to cry tears daily, laughing over Star Wars YouTube poop. That was our skibbity toilet. That was our brain rot. Ay, ay, ay. Good heavens, chancing upon father like that, I dare say it's taken a year off my life. Quite a crowd has assembled. It seemed the festivities are nigh about to commence. I had hoped to uncover more of Miss Avila's secrets, but no matter. What better place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle? The trouble with truffles. Good heavens, we haven't much time before the tourney begins. We must hasten back to the Colosseum and apprise ourselves on the rules of engagement. To a true gentleman, the battle is not about victory or defeat, but fighting with honor. Whatever treachery or guile my opponents may employ, I will not lower myself to their level. Ooh, Mass Effect YouTube poop. I should watch the YTPs of of game series that I never had the chance to play, or like to watch, because I hadn't played the games yet. Bumps on the head, chipped teeth. Here's my third bump. I am one shabby-looking octopus. I tell you, they don't pay me enough for this. But that's all going to change soon, isn't it, buddy? Funga. Ah, Mr. Ultros, just the octopus we were looking for. I was hoping that you must enlighten us as to... Egads, who gave you those ghastly bruises? Bruises? I fell down the stairs, that's all. Now get lost, I'm a busy octopus. Funga. Ouch. You have my sympathies, good sir. It is challenge enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8. Is there someone inside your office? No, whatever gave you that idea? I'm simply, fumigating the place for pests like yourself. Now, don't you have a battle to go fight? Fun Gah! Inspector, I think something's alive in there. That's just me, talking to myself, yes. Fun Gah, gods, yes. Gods, working as a receptionist is fun. Battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work. I say, Mr. Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Omega, if you would come with me for a moment, I fear the stupidity in the air may be contagious. Mr. Ultros is truly a man after my own heart, a gentleman among octopodes. Are you in the Discord server, Morose? Are you in the Mapocalypse's Outer Heaven Discord community? If not, join it and put some links in there for me. Well, has your investigation borne any fruit? I see. Avila seeks to win the tourney to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, she has implied that she has taken the necessary precautions to ensure that her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly evaded a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return, that strange octopus appeared considerably worse for the wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Alamegan girl and Ultros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It is not as preposterous as it sounds. I have done some research on our eight-legged friend. It would appear that Ultros has become something of a regular at Uldar's taverns and, houses of pleasure. Ultros's tentacles are getting up to what? In the houses of pleasure? I think I've seen this anime before. I suspect that he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Colosseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and earning himself a healthy commission. There is also the matter of the Tempest Blade that is rumored to be the source of the Alamegan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means that I fear your life is still in danger, Omega. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Colosseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pearl Lane not bells ago. It is a stab in the dark, but the contents may yet provide some answers. I would ask you to bring them to me. Okay. Posted a Kingsglaive clip of something that is easily forgotten about. Here's the thing about Kingsglaive. I will never forget not 1 minute of that. I'll tell you, I love Kingsglaive. What I will tell you about Kingsglaive is that it should have been in the game. But they were pretty committed to doing some sort of expanded universe of like the Final Fantasy 15 multimedia stuff. There was the little anime, they did a little movie, they also ended up doing a novel for one of the scrapped DLCs. But what I will say about Kingsglaive is I fucking love it. It looks so good, the story is really amazing. We actually get to see a lot more of King Regis, which I think is very important. It should have been included with the game. The fact that it wasn't included with your purchase of the game was a huge misstep. It should have been a part of it, and at the very, very least, it should have been brought in as like a sort of, you could watch like a recap version of it before starting the game or something, like just some sort of like, here's some crucial events. You know what I mean? if you don't want to watch the whole thing before starting the game. But it was a big blunder because it gave these characters that got insufficient development in the game screen time. You know, Luna, Freya, and Regis especially. But yeah, the anime was really fun, and I liked it as well because it's a lot of charm and personality and backstory for the boys. So yeah, I can rant about Final Fantasy 15 for quite a while because I spent half of my life waiting for that game to come out. From when it was announced in 2006 as Final Fantasy Versus 13, and then when it was announced again as Final Fantasy 15 in 2012. And then the game came out in 2016, 10 years after that initial announcement. So I was... I was like 10, 11 years old when the game was first announced as Versus 13, and then I was 20, 21 when it came out. Fucking crazy. So I was kind of obsessed with that whole game and its development because I had sufficient time of my life dedicated to waiting for it. And I do like 15, but I do think that it completely missed its potential. Because the whole development of it from when it was taken over and rebranded as 15 was unfortunately rushed. They made some bad choices. They needed a little more time in the oven because, you know, contrary to popular belief, development did not start in 2006 when it was first announced. It was basically a proof of concept. A good proof of concept. They should have made Versus 13 instead of 13. Ironically, that would have probably been the better storyline to pursue, and the more enjoyable action RPG experience, I think. But yeah, just insane. It needed more time, and it made some choices that were just not very good in regards to like the content they decided to work on. Like, they did an optional multiplayer expansion, the Comrades expansion. And the DLC that lets you play as the other characters should have just been part of the base game. The multiplayer expansion was such a waste of time, and it hurt even more thinking back on it because of the fact that they planned more actually important story DLC. Like, they were gonna do content that people really wanted to see and people that got expanded upon, and they cancelled it and ceased development. And then they put one of those DLCs into a novel. They released only one of their planned DLC things, which was Episode Arden, which I still haven't played because it came out so much later that I just completely missed it. So I still haven't played that. I haven't played the Royal Edition of the game, which has it all together. They cancelled a Luna Freya DLC. They cancelled a Noctis, like, true ending sort of DLC. That's what became the novel. And I think they were going to do an Ariana DLC as well. If I'm remembering her name right, I think her name was Ariana. Aranea, sorry. Close. Aranea, my wife, my Final Fantasy 15 wife. But yeah, there will be a Final Fantasy 15 playthrough on the channel eventually, and I'm actually really excited to do one. Really excited to do one. Well, let me see what you have found. I got these Colosseum Refuse for you, mate. Some of it's still twitching. Now, what have we here? Ah, yes, a spectacular assortment of innards and entrails and... What's this? A sack. Even more foul-smelling than the gore it was lying in, if that can be believed. And look here, something appears to be written on the side. Singot Sundries. It would seem this merchant has had dealings with that squishy mass of tentacles. Let us pay a visit to the man and have him enlighten us onto the exact nature of their partnership. That's what they call me. They say Apocalypse, a man of many wives. So, you know. I, unfortunately, there's a wife out there, Ariana and Aranea. It's just, get them mixed up all the time. My absolutely terrible joke of the stream, Revan. There has to be one. Anyway, Final Fantasy 15 is good. Just sorely missed potential. Sorely missed potential. Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning gentleman like yourself be looking for today? You mind explaining this sack of unknown contents, please? I'm sorry, sir, but if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. I stand by the quality of my wares, and I expect my customers to do the same. Wait. Now, did Ultros send you? I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell to that ungodly creature? Why, an entire sack full of gold truffles. Can you believe it? What with the impressive price and that, distinctive aroma? They're only for the most discerning of customers, which Mr. Ultros clearly is, as he just placed another order today. Could these truffles be somehow connected to... No, I shall stop myself before I start sounding like... Inspector Briardian, it wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your investigation without me, and to steal away Omega from me. This gentleman is not impressed. Did you find anything, Inspector? Good gods, what is that dreadful smell? Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured young woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. An acquired taste, to be sure, but one that has won the heart of many an Uldan gourmet. I particularly enjoy them slow roasted, as my dear mother makes them. Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's watering just thinking about it. Might be so bold as to ask the recipe. It appears the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney is about to begin. Let us make haste back to the Colosseum. Nice. The NPC, besides Sintgot, has an optional A Realm Reborn dungeon I never did. Sibold? Dishonor Before Death. Is this the one? Sibold has little time left but would confide to you his burdens. Please do confirm if you would so please. By the look of it, looks like it. Blue Quest always has something. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Time heals all wounds, or so they say, to those who have never experienced true pain. More than 30 summers have passed since I carried the standard of the Dark Light Raiders into Cutter's Cry. Not a day goes by that I don't see the faces of the friends I lost that fateful day. Gerbold the Red and his loyal second, Aubrius Stillwater, Simon the Sweet, always armed with jab and jest, however ireful mage Chiron Zabran, as quick to cast as he was to temper, Thormone Thousand Gill. Never has there lived a man with a tighter grip, be it on his sword or his coin. Let us not forget, one ale soon. Though it's hard to fathom now, what with all the adventurers scampering about like rabbits in the spring, there was once a time when bands of mercenaries were who the city-states turned to when in need of a blade. The Darklight Raiders being the biggest and best of them bands. Ishgardian-funded forays into hellish pits like the Aurum Vale would earn us a king's ransom in a matter of days, though it would only take a night of devil's play at the Mirage to see it gone from our purses. But so was the life of a raider. That is, until we took that job at Cutter's Cry. My brothers and I stood against herds of giant buffaloes on Ogamoro, snurble infestations on the Pearl, legions of cold-blooded Sahagin from the abyssal depths of the Indigo Deep, but none of that prepared us for the horrors we would face in Hell's Brute halls. None of it prepared us for the Chimera. The bards still sing of the day 7 of the realm's finest warriors set off into the bowels of that forsaken place, but only saw one return, Sibold the Stoic, spared by the beast that he may warn all others who would be foolish enough to attempt to despoil the Chimera's lair. My apologies. You did not come here to hear the guilt-ridden ramblings of an old man, but if you have a moment, I was wondering if I could ask of you a favor. Final wish of an ailing soul seeking peace with his past before departing on his journey through the 7 gates. In each of the 30 summits since escaping from the maws of that terrible beast, I have returned to its lair to pay the proper respects to my fallen compatriots. However, the years have finally caught up with old Sibold, and try as I might, I can no longer these bones make the trek alone. If it is not too much to ask, would you travel to Cutter's Cry in my stead and place this bouquet of flowers upon the resting place of the Darklight Raiders? There you go. I have to place some Nymea lilies on the burial mound at Cutter's Cry. Carver, what did I think of Andor? Too many bricks and screws for my liking, I reckon. Like, can you believe that they would dare to do something like use bricks? It just didn't feel like Star Wars, you know? And I didn't understand it. Like, they were just talking all the time. I didn't get it. Like, what were they talking about? Like, it felt a bit too political for my taste. And, like, Star Wars, you know, keep politics out of my Star Wars, you know? That's what I reckon. I fucking love Andor. It's an incredible piece of media, not just for Star Wars, but just absolute cinema in general. It's fucking amazing. I was on the Andor train from day one, and I was there in the trenches as I witnessed people that now hold that show in the highest regard. I was in the trenches as, during season 1, they were struggling. They were struggling to watch it. They were like, I can't. It's too slow. I've fallen off of it. It's not engaging. It hasn't gripped me. And I'm like, I'm shaking them. And this was during season 1. I'm like, give it a goddamn chance, will ya? It's so good. Let them cook. Let them tell the story. Just because there's not lightsabers on screen. It was a hard fight for me during season 1. Because if you look back, it was a very slow momentum. Andor was really slow because nobody expected it. Nobody knew it was coming, and everyone was kind of, you know, in a bit of a lull. And it took a long time for people to come around to Andor, and then it got that momentum as they were making season 2. And those people that struggled with season 1 were like, whoa, it's actually good. And now they champion it as like some of their favorite Star Wars. And it's just funny. So, of course, when season 2 rolled around, I was seated. I quit YouTube. You've been a fan for a while, and finally been able to catch a stream. I've recently been replaying the Dead Space series, and have I ever noticed what all the chapters in the first game spell out? This is going to be a gotcha comment, isn't it? It's going to be something crude. No. I think I've read that it spells something out. I'm not sure, though. What does it spell out? you're curious what I think about the Acolyte. Painfully undercooked. Unfortunately, it had a lot of potential, and all the cool and interesting stuff that happens about Acolyte doesn't happen to the main characters. It's a little bit unfortunate. I think that if they wrote their main characters that they were really hyper-focused on, if they wrote them better, and maybe focused the show a little bit more, it would have done well. I think that the focus of the show was wrong, but I really liked seeing the High Republic in live action. It has probably, oh, not even probably, I think it definitely has the best fight choreography in all of, like, the Disney Star Wars era. It was genuinely so nice to watch. The design work of everything was great. I loved that they put a lot of effort into making sure that their stunt lightsabers were actually upgraded and reinforced so they could take a beating, because that was a big issue for all of Disney Star Wars, is they were using the glow sticks instead of how it used to be done with the metal poles that were rotoscoped. They changed it so it gives off actual lighting. And lightsabers have never felt the same in the Disney era, and it's always like put me off. It's always put me off, because I loved the lightsaber combat of the originals and the prequels, and how the lightsabers felt when you watched them smacking against each other, because they were hitting these metal swords really hard against each other, replacing stunt sabers all the time. And then Disney, they replaced them with the glow sticks, and you can't hit them as hard because, you'd just be busting them left, right, and center. I would just prefer, I don't care about lighting on the face and stuff, because what would happen in the prequels is they wouldn't light up characters. Same with the originals. And then you could, if you wanted, you could edit in lighting after if you want that dramatic, red or blue glow or whatever. But we lost what makes the lightsabers feel like lightsabers in the Disney era. And Acolyte was the first thing I watched where I went, holy fuck, they got it. They actually, it feels like they're smacking the sabers. And it's great. One of the most egregious examples of that is in the Kenobi series, where you watch Kenobi with his lightsaber go to hit a stormtrooper with a lightsaber, and it bounces off of the stormtrooper's chest. And I went, is this a fan film? Is this a fan film? What is this? It's unbelievable. Lightsabers go through things. It was insane. Kenobi is a fan series. The budget was ridiculously low, but terrible. Anyway, yeah, Acolyte has some good things, and here's the thing that everybody for some reason doesn't understand about Osha bleeding the Kyber crystal easier than Vader. I'll tell you something. All right. People would always go, why didn't Anakin's saber go red in Revenge of the Sith, where Osha could do it in Acolyte? And it's they can't see what's directly in front of their eyes. The fact that the crystal was exposed, and the crystal needs to be exposed in order for the crystal to bleed, and not once ever was the crystal exposed for Anakin Skywalker, therefore no bleed. It's it's always funny when there are people that go, the canon. If you knew the canon, mate, you wouldn't be crying about it. It's very silly. I am very excited for Season 2 of Ahsoka. Very, very, very excited. I'm glad that they've recasted, as sad as it is, because I think it's just such a shame and such a sad thing, because, holy God. Incredible casting. But I'm glad that they're not abandoning the storyline. Alright, I'm going to continue with Final Fantasy XIV now. All of the Final Fantasy XIV viewers just went, oh, and they've clicked off the stream. And he's talking about Star Wars. We're going to be here for 6 hours. Times change, but more quickly. I would speak most unruly if I said I recognized much of Eorzea these days. Here I am now, an old soldier. I've missed my death and must find another way out. We can do a dungeon together later if you'd like, chat. Briardian has seen enough incompetence for the day. The Colosseum Conundrum. Well, that merchant provided to be a spectacular waste of time. Time which is in short supply. We must return to the Colosseum before the battles begin. Here's the plan, Omega. I shall find a suitable vantage point to observe Miss Avila in combat. Until I have ascertained the trickery behind her abilities, you are to keep a wide berth of her blade. Understood? Yeah, like I wish Rey was still able to do the role, of course, but I think that they've got a nice replacement. I think Rory will do a great job at being able to carry on that same attitude. I'm very excited for where that storyline is going to go. It's just such a fascinating concept, Ahsoka and where we are in the story. I won't talk much about it, just in case people haven't seen that one specifically, but goddamn, so good. There he was, this close to starting the melee without you. Aha! I'd be remiss not to tell you that there's been a slight change of plans. Another contestant suffered a last-minute injury, and none other than our very own Ultros has stepped in to take his place. With everyone's favourite octopus joining you two in the fray, spectators are just pouring in, and bookmakers across the town are raking in the gill. Which ain't a bad thing for us. Word has it that Master Fergus himself is taken in with the promotional skills. Aye, the future's looking bright for old Dow Meadow, it is. So what say you? You ready to get your asses kicked? Ah! I am always ready for battle. Who keeps putting Final Fantasy in my Pokemon and Star Wars streams? Exactly. Oh, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gents, time for blades to whirl, limbs to fly. Star Wars The Old Republic is indeed still alive, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Cup, brought to you by our ever-charitable friends at Marginer and Sons Mineral Concern. Your concern is our concern. Is about to begin. Thank you to our sponsor, Coinbase. Type moment. Who'll stand atop the heap of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Will it be the tempestuous Avila of Alamigo, Omega, the famed warrior of light? Or who was that grinning fool again? Ah, that's right, Humberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. Or will it be our 11th hour entry, Ultros, the 8-legged purple purveyor of pain? Oh, and there he is. Healed of his injuries, kind of. Here I am. Did you miss me? Aye, I'd say we have a battle for the ages here, folks. Combatants, take your positions and let the battles begin. Ooh, Morose likes the Old Republic. Looks like we'll have a bit of a group when I finally start. I don't know how big the party size is to roam around in the Old Republic, but I think we'll I reckon we'd pretty easily get a group together to be running through that content. Fell off from FF 11 till 16, but you're back now. 16 gave me all of, well, not all of my old love back because I never left, but 16 made me feel like a child again in the best way. Like, it was the first Final Fantasy game since 12 that, like, recaptured the magic for me, that I felt like I was a kid playing my favorite series of all time again. And that's why Final Fantasy 16 is very special for me. It's just, it nailed it. It was exactly what I was looking for, pretty much. So good. But I played 13, and I played 15, and now, obviously, we're playing 14. I've never played 11, though, but we'll see. Does that mean you haven't played Final Fantasy 12? Is it bang? Because I have homework for you. Alright, you know the deal. We team up and wipe out the others. Then, when it's just the two of us, I'll take a dive. And you receive your share of the winnings. I have not forgotten our promise. Alright, let's see how we do. Who needs armor when they can't even touch you? Look at Avila's blade spin. Why, she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction out there. They breed 'em tough in Alamigo, that's for certain. You are next. Ah, and he is leaving. Oh no, it's the fucking mushroom time. Here we go, ladies and gents. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sneezing up a storm. Literally. Ha ha ha. On the little fucking got mushroom kebab, shish kebab. Ah, nothing like the rich aroma of toasted truffles, or roasted truffles even. All this fighting is giving Uncle Oldie an appetite. Is it time for dinner yet? Wait a minute. Roasted truffles? Ha! Braised and savory sauce, just like Mother used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sack full where that came from. That meddling musclehead! Hildebrand doing his best, Dale Cooper. What's taking him so damned long? The girl's gaze gives it away. Open that gate at once. Oh, shit. I've seen this design before. This is Typhon, isn't it? Is it? Funga? What is that monstrosity? Mr. Typhon, is that your stomach I hear rumbling? Could I interest you in some roasted truffles, perhaps? Huge fella. What fascinating friends you have, Alty. Why, just look at this charming little nose. Is he perhaps suffering from a case of the sniffles? Funga! Could it be Avila's vaunted Tempest Blade? It was that monster all along. The girl played us all for fools. Typhon was awesome in Final Fantasy XVI. Holy hell. So cool. don't look at me. It was all her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus. You were the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend. I just wanted to experience the thrill of battle, you know? For my work and all. Come on, Dower, has Uncle Alty ever lied to you? What did I tell you? I knew there was something fishy about that Alamegan whore. Whoa, whoa, buddy. In the year of our Lord, 2025. Settle down. Alamegans, beggars and brutes, a lot of them. We give them a home in our lands. This is the thanks we get. Send her to Garlemald for all I care. Just get her out of my sight before I get sick. But I just wanted to... My sister. I feel for the girl, really. My little octopus heart goes out to her. But the rules are the rules, right? Now, if Uncle Alty may be so bold... I say we call off the melee and have a final showdown between the 3 remaining competitors. That would be me, my buddy Typhon, and Omega here. What do you say, Mr. Warrior of Light? No hesitation. Ah, that's what we want to see. All truss, all truss, all truss. Well, this is the most unprecedented turn of events, but who am I to deny the wishes of such a passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue. Halatali. The fighters. The tag team of Ultros and Typhon versus the Warrior of Light. Who will be left standing when the storm has settled? Be there or miss a battle for the ages. Anima truly was peak design. Yeah, she is amazing. I love Anima so much. Just, I don't know if they've been able to give me like a summon that has visually impacted me as much as seeing Anima in action. There's just something about Anima in cutscene and in combat, you know. Typhon was cool though. Typhon looks pretty much the same as this in Final Fantasy VII. I think that's why I was able to easily remember. He did not fight as a gentleman. So to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, which would be positioned so as to appear as if it was coming from the Alamegan girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder I wasn't able to see it sooner. It's quite possibly the most imbecilic scheme I've encountered in my years as a consulting inspector. Oh, there's a joke here. Hold on. there's a joke here somewhere. I don't know if I'm witty enough to do it this morning. Fuck, what's the fucking term? No. There's a term. I don't know how to say it. Fuck. Oh. I hate not being smart enough to make a joke. Like, I can feel that there's one here, and I don't have it. If I'm not witty, then I may as well just end the stream and uninstall. And perish. At any rate, we have no choice but to trust in your abilities now, Omega. Let us make for Halatali. Alright, out we go. Yeah, because the thing with Final Fantasy is they are able to reuse like concepts, you know, like they reuse summons and primals and icons and monsters and all the time, but Anima is like a very specific one. Like they could just do it, but I feel like That's probably why they don't, because it would just be like, hey guys, look, it's Anima, instead of maybe giving her a reason for being. I kind of like that Anima remains very, very unique to 10. Oh, this was not the quest. Wrong one, chat. Just a quick detour to place the flowers here. Just a little detour. I'll tell you one summon that I think should come back. Quetzalcoatl. Final Fantasy VIII was like, hell yeah, and then hasn't been used as a summon since. Well, this journey's turned into a right mess. With all the trouble I took preparing consolation prizes for the melee, it looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing the spectators and the profits, I could give a gnat's ass. Now I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially when one of the two is the size of a small house. So here's the deal. Why don't you bring along some of them friends of yours for the battle? Let's say 7 of them. That should even the odds eye. We get to have a full party. I was almost expecting that I'd have to break up the group or something. The Dragon's Neck now accessible. Nice. All right. Hang on. This one. No? Wait. Oh no, it is Dragon's Neck. Because it said Halatali, I'm like, okay. This one. Okay, we got a Realm Reborn trial. It's a frenetic free-for-all as the Mithril Cup moves to Halatali for the climatic confrontation. Rain will lash and winds will bluster in this perfect storm of a battle. When the tempest subsides, who will rise above the chaos to lay claim to the victor's spoils? Will it be the Warrior of Light, Savior of Eorzea, and Champion of the People, or the dastardly duo of Ultros and Typhon? All be answered in Halatali atop the Dragon's Neck. Ultros and Typhon. Combatants, the final confrontation will be held here atop the Dragon's Neck. If all members of a team fall from the platform, something. Seafood soup is not on the menu today, kids. Who do we focus on first, Ultros or Typhon? Oh wait, I'm only level 50. I only have like level 50 abilities. Oh, we're getting a sneeze. Fuga! Thought you had me. Oh, I'm out of action. I've been taken out of the arena. Oh, I'm gonna get a sneeze again. Is he just still sneezing? Jesus, okay. He's just gonna sneeze again. I finally didn't get knocked off. Big tentacles. Alright, Typhon's out. Ultros is out. Nice. The bouncing. He's got his lumps back. Ordered again. I feel like such a sucker. And Omega claims the Mithril Cup. Anyone for calamari? I'm hungry. Wind up Ultros, a fraction of the size, yet every bit as annoying as the real thing. Once Ultros shows up, he's liable to stick around. Lovely. Good show, Omega. Your performance has earned us front row seats at the award ceremony. This should afford us the perfect vantage point to thwart the thief. Come, let us return to the Colosseum. Where's, I gotta go all the way there. Okay. Never mind. The award ceremony. It was a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has risen to claim the spoils. And now let's take a look at the relic that our champion has won. Behold, from the personal vaults of Master Feargeist himself, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure the likes of which our realm has never seen. One that turned the attention of Eorzea's most prominent pilferer. Ha ha! Above you! Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates, the opening act dragged on over long, but worry not, the main event is about to begin. Man of 1,000 faces. Okay. I know that you paid well for your seats here today, but I can assure you that my performance will not leave you disappointed. Now, I invite one and all to sit back and enjoy the show! Vile fiend! Mark my words, you have stolen your lost treasure. I swear it on the Manderville name! Enter Gilgamesh. I think not, Hildegard. Greg? It is always a pleasure to reunite with old friends, but your timing truly leaves something to be desired. The laughing that you can hear. Omega, you bested me once, but not today. I shall have my revenge when I pierce your chest with my spear. Did you not mean your skewer? My spear! The fucking crowd laughter is insane. Vile thief, is there not a shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once! Gregamesh. Good old Gregamesh. Oh ho, it seems you're an unexpected guest. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear attendance at today's performance is by invitation only. The smelly mushroom. Now it's raining truffles, but the battle's already... Mr. Typhon, just a moment. I'm sure I had a tissue here somewhere. Go! It's all part of the plan. And off they go. Alas and alack, the ring sails straight into the hands of the fiend. Giving up so soon, are we? That doesn't sound like the words of a Manderville man. is dead. Father! Oh my fucking god, Brian. Why? But of course, brilliant father! If the ring won't come to me, I shall go to the ring. Why, it'll be just like Dalamud. Hildebrand, Helidor, Maximilian Manderville. Skyward as only a Manderville can! Father, you do not know your strength! $997, $998, $990. Oh! The chicken! Jesus, that's a facial expression. Ah, yes. Boom! These Mandervilles, they are made of tougher stuff than you'd think. These legs, they look strangely familiar. Put a little too much spin on that one, it seems. And he has the ring. Not exactly as planned, but who can argue with the results? Save for one thing, this ring is a fake. But no matter, I have a feeling this will lead me to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, you've been a most attentive audience. That key! Bloody hells! Guards! Seize the fiend at once! Oh, so now you act. One of them falls over. I was expecting Manderville to, like, kick it back at him or something. The shame. It's too late, sir. The second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, is gone. Second prize? What is the meaning of this? Many-faced fiend or no, the man spoke true. A master goldsmith's eyes cannot be deceived. This sun sphere is clearly a second-rate replica. preposterous. It's just, the dim lighting. Yes, if you just step over here. Have you taken ill, friend? You seem to be perspiring most heavily. Pissing. Let's not be so hasty, friends. I can explain. And somehow the monocle survives. Just. I sold out my honor. Joined forces with that odious octopus, all for a false treasure. What a fool I've been. Whatever was I thinking? Do not berate yourself so, Miss Avila. Why, it was exactly as you said, was it not? You were thinking of dear Hedgelina and nothing more. I suppose I was at that. How do you know my sister's name? I assure you, young miss, under no circumstances did I tail you to the non-knower minds to eavesdrop on your intimately personal dialogue with your beloved sister. Real. You have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of fortune and fame, I lost sight of myself and what I truly was fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not easily be regained, but I will not shirk from the challenge. It's not over yet. There's still a mushroom at play. One mystery still remains. Before the thief had identified the ring as fake, he had already acquired the key to the storeroom. Clearly, the second prize, this ring of inquiry, was his target from the start. But why? There must be some pattern to the items the fiend has stolen. A pattern that betrays his true intentions. The treaty blade, Azame's virtue, the ring of inquiry, all relics with quite a history, or to be more precise, relics from the era of the Belladians. Oh, if that is so, then the answer is clear as day. The fiend means to found Eorzea's greatest museum of Belladian history, pushing up the prices and gouging honest men out of their hard-earned coin. Doubtless another one of his cards will appear on the scene to tell us just as much. Doubtless, he says. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my Oh, this is so stupid. I have enjoyed our little game, but all good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures, and justice shall be served. So this is the thief's final challenge to us. But what are these 4 treasures of which he speaks? Where the 4 treasures of Belladia become one, the wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of sun. An old legend, little more than a fairy tale at that. And yet it seems the Phantom believes there is some truth in these words. Four sacred relics from Belladia, the Warden's justice, lofty words coming from a glorified footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day, if rumors are to be believed. It would seem the tales of the master thief running the feathers of the rich and famous have won the man more than a few admirers. Consider his targets thus far. An Uldan collector and her hired thugs, a trading mogul in the brass blades, and now a mining magnate and the stone torches. Is it any surprise that the sympathies of ordinary Uldans would lie with the perpetrator rather than his victims? Astutely observed, Miss Ellie. Our quarry clearly harbors no small degree of resentment for wealth and authority. Might his next target be a member of the syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself? Ha! Then it will be to his downfall. For the greater the challenge, the higher I rise. Just one moment, if you would. Mark my words, ye of many faces. There is but one man who shall lay claim to the 4 lost relics of Belladia, and it shall be Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Yes, I'm sure that inspires us all with great confidence. What was that? No, it couldn't be. Ha! Methinks Godbert may need a new pair of spectacles. Okay, the Colosseum Conundrum completed. So how was that? Oh! I love that it does these so much. It's a race to recover the 4 lost relics of Belladia, as the fiend's true identity and aspirations are revealed. Will Eorzea fall prey to the forces of evil? Or will our hero do only what a Manderville can? Hildebrand will return in her last vow. I love that they do teasers. It's so fun. It just, like, everything about the Manderville questline, it just kind of keeps you coming back for more. Oh, she's fucking... and then you've got the 4th wall break of the frozen scene. The key to the next case is a mask. Have you ever worn a mask for so long you forgot what you actually looked like? I have. And how did they freeze in midair like that? Talk about a mystery. Oh well. See you next time. Alright, I assume this is our next one, picking off exactly where it left off, so I don't have to go somewhere else, so that's fun. We'll accept this quest, and then shall we do this Dishonor Before Death? We'll speak with Norman. We'll see about doing this earlier dungeon I haven't touched yet. Just give me one moment. After completing that Colosseum arc, just take a bit of a break. I'll be right back. an almost on-screen dog saying good morning. You get to see dog snoot. That's it, I'm afraid. Da baby. Da babe. Alright, Shades of Silde. Shades of Silde. Ellie would share with you a shocking new turn in the Phantom Thief case. I was wondering when you'd show up, Omega. I hope you haven't made any plans for the night, because we've got a situation on our hands. Remember our good friend, the Phantom Thief? Well, it seems he's decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder. If the rumors are to be believed, he's claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Uldan society. Mr. Manyfaces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubt as the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. More riddles. Not that you'll hear me complaining, no, the only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mithril's Eye has been selling like Pond's cakes. The only rub is that it's left me no time to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we, Omega? The hidden treasures of Uldar, was it? If there's anyone who can shed some light on this, it's you-know-who, to Sunsilk Tapestries. Alright. Back and has coffee. Indeed, me too. Mr. Abby laughed and laughed and laughed. A capybara that says, I love my cat. Incredible. Well now, if it ain't my favourite venturer, my favourite Mithril Eye reporter along with him. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? Oh, I see. As much as I'd like to help 2 of my best mates, I'm afraid you found old Wimon at a loss. Uldar has more than its fair share of treasures, hidden and otherwise. I reckon our phantom friend could be after just about any of them. I can tell you this much, though. Whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan sworn at a right thither. Word has it, they've formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. Sultan sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, Omega. I'd say it's time we've paid a visit to the heart of the sworn. Oi! Hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourselves involved in this. A man in my business develops a nose for danger. This time the stench is something fierce. You are a reporter, Ellie. A fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you that I am ready for whatever lies ahead. Besides, being a reporter is more about selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come, Omega. Time is of the essence. Cat dropping a mug and the text goes, peace was never an option. Incredible. What the dog doing? Alright, seek out information at Scholar's Walk. actually, I said I would just accept the quest and then go and do this. So go and do this I shall. So we'll seek out information in a bit. But I think it's a spot of dungeoning. We interrupt this Manderville program to bring you a short little dungeon. Wait, why the hell did I place these flowers and not realize that I just had to speak to this guy? I thought I had to return to the dude, so we just put the flowers down, we left immediately. I didn't even see the green tick. This is Cutter's labyrinth of sand-ridden caverns, and you hear that? That sound like the woof and snort when a fire catches. That's the Chimera. Not that I've seen it. Sure, go right on in, if you're that certain of your ability to make it out in one piece. Just don't expect me to go trotting in there after you, no matter how hard you wail and holler. Ah, you promised old Sybold the Stoic, did you? He's what's called a man of principle, he is. A little too much principle, I'd say. What's wrong with wanting to live when you've a wife at home, big with child? Aye, the tale goes that rather than facing the fate spun for him by Nymea, he hid behind the mangled body of his leader and watched as his companions were torn apart, one by one, all that he so might return home to see his son born. Should he have died a hero rather than lived a coward? Was being able to see his son worth having the boy grow knowing his father was a craven, a disgrace to his family and friends? Should I ever find myself faced with a similar decision, would I have the courage to walk the righteous path? Now you know the true reason I will never step into that cave. Okay. Cutter's Cry, now accessible. I'll need a team for this one. I'll bring in Mobius. I'll bring in Cast. And I'll bring in Zephyr. I will choose you three. I don't think Mobius and I have done a dungeon in a while. If there's an 8th person that's still hanging around, you guys can form the second group to run through Cutter's Cry. Oh, it's going to be weird. Level 38. I'm going to lose all of my abilities. Doing a Realm Reborn dungeon. What the hell? So strange. Near an old mountain path once used by 6th Astral Era woodcutters as a detour through the more perilous stretches of northern Thanalan lies a cave sought out by only the ignorant or the foolish. Upon first glance, the shade of its maw might appear inviting to one who seeks to escape the punishing rays of the midday sun. However, any good woodcutter knows how to keep his distance, for it is said, those who enter never return. The cries of the damned echoing up from the depths, the only testament to their folly. Heed this dire warning, and you may live. Ignore it, and soon it shall be your screams that add to the cacophony. Alright, we've gone from Shadowbringers dungeons to back to a Realm Reborn dungeon. Before we run through chat, sorry, I think I just gotta let the puppy outside. Give me a moment. He had to go poop. Alright, let's go, chat. Let's take out some giant ants. Yeah, we'll do some other dungeons. There's other dungeons and also the Heavensward Alliance trial thing, apparently. I mean, depending on how we go today, it doesn't have to be all Manderville today. Like, we could do some of that later on. Maybe we'll do this patch 2.5 of Manderville and then do some dungeons and the Heavensward Alliance raid together if you'd like. That allows us to do some group activities together. What do you say? So we're currently going and shifting down sands at the moment. Nowhere to go but through the sand. You feel a chill run down your spine. Feels weird to just have like so little abilities. What a nightmare. Jumping into the quicksand dungeon. Terrible. Dead. I think I got caught in the explosion. Hilarious. Hey, don't get caught in the bomb's explosion, guys. You might die. You might get caught in the self-destruct. My bad. That's what happens when you have like 2,000 health and no abilities and you go, oh. Okay. The Myrmidon Princess. Maybe the only thing that they could do was like still allow you to use your higher level abilities. They're just weaker. I don't know. Yeah, Galleon just said exactly the same thing. Roll for all that good loot. We're in an oasis. We cactuars. So we can just go straight down the shifting sands then. But I don't even... There's so much that I don't have access to. So painful. Giant tunnel worm. Time to defeat the Chimera. Alright, Chimera time. What a dungeon. The Realm Reborn dungeons were very simplistic, weren't they? Not much going on there. Something that we can tick off the list. The Chocobo Racing Arc. Oh no. Oh no. That's already hard enough to do in Final Fantasy VII. Have I ever looked at the second page of my duty finder page? There's a button at the top to switch from regular to high-end duty. Oh, this thing. There's your answer. Halt! Only authorized personnel are allowed in. So bugger me with the broadsword. It's the gentleman, a light's adventurer and companion, and that catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, if it ain't the self-styled warrior of light, tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan Sworn recruiter to land yourself in this position? Only the 12's honest truth, miss. Seeing that the gentleman of light standing tall and triumphant that day, it moved me to the depths of my soul, like I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildebrand. The Sultan Sworn were impressed by my commitment to my sword arm, and they gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildebrand in his investigation, haven't you? God, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the mates who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Phyllis. She's one of the Sworn's best, and something of a history buff, it'd seem. When she heard the thief was targeting the 4 relics of Belladia, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I get her. I trust you not to touch anything, aye? A pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name is Ellie from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we are researching the Phantom Thief case and would appreciate any information that may shed light on recent events. The pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie. If I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here one Omega Ocelot, yes? You know Omega? As any regular leader of the Mithril Eye would. I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless the Inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. The Sultan Sworn, the elite of Uldar's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with so far. Inspector Briardian, always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, Omega, a moment if you would. Right there, very good. Now face me and don't move an ilm. Inspector, what is that in your... Demasking dust. A formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mask I left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counter-agent that would dissolve the disguise, whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you who are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector. The Phantom Thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Uldar, the last of the 4 lost relics of Belladia? I fear not. I've poured through the histories time and time again. The only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The warriors of light. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Belladian. Is it Belladian? Belladian? Is it Belladia? Belladia? How are we pronouncing it, chat? Because when I see it, I go Belladia, but then when I read this, my brain goes Belladian. Or Belladian. And you think about it a bit more. Fantasy terminology. Belladia. Belladian. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm like looking at it being like, it looks like it could go either way, and that's fantasy for you, and usually you have to wait until you get like spoken dialogue, but this is a realm reborn. You want spoken side content in a Manderville questline? Get fucked. Pretend to be soulless. Oh. Let me get into that headspace, hold on. Ooh, kissing elf women and then breaking up with them immediately after. Ooh, poor me, I'm tortured. Alright, there we go. I'm in. I'm gonna say Belladia. It's Belladian heroes. 3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has he foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Beladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all of the guards with a supply of demasking dust, and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The blackguard will be in chains before he can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have our word, my lady. He is truly romantic, he says. Let me remove the marking you've had your whole life, and it turns out it's actually a lie. Trust me. And now we're breaking up. I can still be redeemed. Just keep trying. But there are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard of the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan's Sworn have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We would be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. Cast all worry from your heart, my lady. Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the demasking dust that is all the talk of the place. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly who I claim to be. A shame, that. Inspector Hildebrand. We were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I will share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far, the head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles. We can identify no common threads connecting the 3. He's killing influencers. Oh-ho, this will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a greatsword? Strangled with a subligar, mayhap? I'm afraid that we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the deaths of 2 more, even as we speak. We must take action, and quickly. Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar-turned-butcher delivered to justice. Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildebrand. Friends, please take this demasking dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust you will put it to good use. Come to and accompany me on yet another case, friend. I like your gusto, but if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled most ably. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all his admirers. I shall henceforth thus name you thusly. Omega, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 sins of Sasimo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let us be off. Pray alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Miss Phyllis's demasking dust to good use. I'm just going to go up to random people around the area and just go, pocket sand. Yes, Sam, this is the second Final Fantasy MMO. 11 and 14 being those two. We're heading out of the city. Fastest way out, let me see. I always forget about exit teleports. Flowers. Yes, it's all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. Just what do you think you're doing, huh? Huh? I'm the one who put those flowers there, eh? To honor the memory of me poor boy. You dare defile his memory, eh? Eh? 1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. I swear to you, on my own dear mother's name, that your son's killer will be brought to justice. Ahem. As I was just saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run far, far away. Run or it'll turn you into a zombie, just like my poor, poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. Not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard of the horrors of Sildi? I, Ulda's sibling nation, against we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, aye, but I speak of far greater horrors than death. An unholy draught brewed by a Sildan alchemist, one with the power to turn the living to the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers. The traitors spurned. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotting flesh and ran him through. But ye won't hear that from the Sultan sworn. Thal alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could so much as pay me last respects. The traitors spurn? I'd heard the stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to procure such a frightening thing. Just who are we dealing with here? A Sildan, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sildan would know the recipe. But the last remains of Sildur died 4 centuries ago, you say? Ee-oy. Oh, they did. He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does. But did it ever occur to ye that he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma, I did, about the 4 relics of Baladir and the powers they hold. The power to exact justice. Someone sprinkled dust on this lady immediately. She's the thief. A spectre of Sildir has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe! Woe unto us all! Have the 4 warriors of light forsaken us? My dear boy! If only you'd become a traitor like your father! If only you'd kept your nose out of those history books and never so much breathed the accursed name of Sildir! But you did! And now we're doomed! 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 Ahoy manoy! How the fuck am I supposed to read that laughter? Ee-hoo-ee-hoo-ee. Meanwhile, flexing. How's that, chat? Are we satisfied? I keep trying to send my voice acting resume to Yoshi P, and he just keeps, like, blocking all of my different email addresses. I don't know why. I've volunteered for every old woman role there is, and he just says, sorry, you're not old. I don't have any neighbors. I live in a deep, dark cavern in the middle of nowhere, all on my lonesome. Try Kojima. He was in Australia just a little while ago. I don't know if he's still here. Probably not. He's moved on with his life already. He's a busy man. But he was in Sydney for Death Stranding 2 stuff. Sadly, that's not Melbourne, which is kind of annoying. I wish that he was over here instead. Then I could have met him. And I said, Mr. Kojima, sir, when will you make Police Noughts 2? And then he would slap me in the face and say, how dare you? He knows if he put you into the game, they'd never be able to write new characters ever again. I'll become the new Troy Baker. I'm voicing everyone. That bleeding Orson's here somewhere. I can feel it in me follicles. The most potent hair tonic the realm has seen. Aye, that it was. For all of a fortnight afore my flowing locks fell out all over again. And just as I was chatting up a lovely young lass at the quicksand, just to twist the knife an extra ilm. I was chatting up this lass, you see, at the quicksand, and me hair fell out. All of it, gone. Montblanc, charlatan. I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band and pull every lost strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. Yeah, I was taking a hair tonic, you see, and it did the opposite. Okay. We are about to get framed for a hair loss crime. Schlau. God bless you, Schlau. I think Troy Baker is probably more common than Nolan North. Both are very recognizable, though, of course. But of course. Hildebrand is onto something, or at least he thinks he is. Has everyone in this chat watching this stream watched the Pentiment playthrough? I reckon probably 4 people. I'm going to go out on a limb and say 4 people have seen it. And then there'll be someone that'll go, what's Pentiment? Never heard of it. And I'll say, the hell are you doing? Pentiment. Game of the year. You have to play it first. Alright. Revan won't watch that playthrough for another 7 years. It's all becoming clear to me now. That dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I had suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Ahem, our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there will contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Silda might serve us well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. You can count on me, Inspector Briardian. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye. Lovely. I love the way I chose to have the old woman say, boy. That's going to be stuck on my head for a while. Why am I'm like brain rotting myself. I'm giving myself vocal stims. My dear boy. Sleeper pick for top 3 favorite Let's Play on the channel. That's good. I like that. Pentiment is one of the favorite playthroughs I ever did, and I loved the voice acting that I did for it as well. It was crazy that the voice acting that they put in that game in the settings was like the Microsoft text-to-speech. They only had to call this guy up, and he would have done all of it. That's the thing. It's you're being able to quote something that's just so niche and obscure that everyone's like, why are you saying, God bless you, Andreas? And nobody knows what you're saying. I have a big beard in that first Pentiment thumbnail. Let me go take a look. Let me see. Let me go look at my old Pentiment thumbnail. Let me see for big beard. Number 1. That's okay. I've had bigger. Phrasing. I'll show you my biggest beard. And let me. Here you go. You can see this. This is my old school thumbnail before I changed it to a cool border. Not the biggest beard that I've had. I'll show you my beard when it was at its biggest on the channel, because there is a specific moment in the playthrough where I shave. So it's just really funny to see it, because you'll see the beard go from so full to so empty. It's really funny. From the beginning to the end. It was in the year was 2021. No, actually, sorry. The year was, when was it? When did I play this game? Hold on a second, chat. Let me just look it up on my channel so I can be accurate with my information here. The year was 2022, actually. At the start of 2022, we were coming out of 2021, and I still had my lockdown beard because I was not leaving the house. I was not leaving the house. And so this is Dead Space 3. Oh, there it is. There's the beard. That was crazy. That was like, I didn't shave not once through all of the lockdowns and staying at home at COVID. So that's the largest that my beard has ever been. Huge bloody thing there. And then you go straight to the end. You go, and I shaved. I shaved by the end of Dead Space 3. I lost all of that face weight, guys. All that face weight gone. It's really funny. Yeah, there's a neck there somewhere. Disappointed by the shave. Yeah. You can go through. You can watch. I literally shaved. Yeah. I shaved episode 3. I like cut that off. And then it gets and then it gets shorter again. So I shaved twice in this playthrough. I like finally trimmed it and then removed it. Just funny. Yeah, whenever I shave, I get a little bit upset because I have to like look at my face in general, and I'm like, ah! And it's a weird adjustment, but then it's fine. Joke's on you, I was using it for storage. I had like this habit of just like sitting a pen in there, and the pen would just hang from my beard. Yeah, that was the giant beard. It's the last time I did a completely clean shave. Like taking the mustache off. Probably like 2019. And before that, like years before. I don't like removing the mustache along with everything else, because then I just look like I'm a thumb. It's just doing nobody any favors, you know, if I do that. I'm lucky to have hair on my face, because Lord knows there ain't no hair going on up here. God, which one am I talking? Oh, I'm talking to multiple people in here. Gather information at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Greetings, traveler. You would learn of the war between Uldar and the fallen Sultanate of Silde. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Uldar emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smouldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles fought between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Uldar's superior numbers, Sildian alchemists devised a most horrific stratagem. Employing a frightful formula known as the Trader's Spurn, they brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it that they even employed the potion on those of the living who were too weak or wounded to fight. Sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it now. Is it truly a crowning glory of our fair nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors? Ooh. Scribblers! Thank you so much for the $20 super chat there. I'm very grateful, thank you. Found me when I started Ocarina of Time and just caught up with Final Fantasy XIV to the end of 5.2. Nice! Still got to go past 5.3 yourself. Wow! Have you played 5.3? Or do you mean that you haven't played it yourself, so you can't watch it yet? Because, woo! If you haven't played it, you're in for a ride. Strap in for 5.3. Yeah, Hildebrand has been really fun to revisit. Been a long time coming. It's hard to go away from Shadowbringer's storyline to do Hildebrand, so I was really trying to find a good moment, and I'm like, the end of an expansion, the in-between is good, you know? The in-between an expansion is a good point to, like, relax a little bit and do some other stuff. But something that was really fun, I'll show you this, while I'm showing thumbnails on stream, is one of my favorite things that I did is I went back and edited my older thumbnails for Final Fantasy XIV like ages ago now, but I edited them with the my recent thumbnail border style, and then based on the logo I like have color coded the whole thing, so it's like Heavensward was a little more like that, and then you do like the patch titles in there. And then we go into Stormblood, and Stormblood had like the cool orangey yellow. And then we went into Shadowbringers, and Shadowbringers is all cool and purple. And then we get to go up to this one. New expansion, which means we have a new color scheme. Look at that. Woo! Isn't that exciting? Who thought I could get so excited over a gradient change? I'm excited for the new thumbnail style. It's an extreme, baby. What's that you say? You seek knowledge of the bad blood between Ula and Sildir? I suppose I can spare a moment or two, but take good notes. I'm not fond of repeating myself. 2 scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Uldar, weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Sildir, weighing knowledge and power. But the power sought by the 2 nations differed greatly. Yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Uldan prosperity was that of justice and good. By the power wrought by Sildan, knowledge was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter, the histories are clear. But riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories? And what does this say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know that in the war against Sildir, Uldan and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not, and neither did I until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, you will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone at some time deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But I've said enough already. I like that he did do the mention of history is written by the victor in there as well, because he's like, hey, we are the ones that win, and we're good and amazing and righteous and just, and those guys, they sucked. Super evil. And of course we won, so that history is written by us. I do my own thumbnails, yes, Morose. This is a one-man operation here. I do my own thumbnails, I edit all my videos. I don't play any of the games, though. That's all, like, Logan under the table with the controller. So I don't play any of the games. That's all by someone else. I'm just kind of the face of the operation. But I do, yeah, there's a one-man show over here. Outsourced gameplay. I'm trying to avoid making the very cheap bottom-of-the-barrel AI jokes, because everyone's like, where's Mapo AI, so he can play all of the games at once, and AI-generated thumbnails, goddamn. Whenever I see a giant creator, let me tell you this, very short, small ramble on this, because I don't want to go on a tangent, because the AI stuff pisses me off so much. Whenever I see a big creator using AI thumbnails, I want to, like, reach my hand through their screen and just on their head, like with a stick. Like, what are you doing? If you have millions of subscribers, not like 80k, millions, hundreds of thousands to millions of subscribers, and you can't spend a few minutes creating a thumbnail, what the fuck are you doing? And it annoys me so much, because you worked so hard to build up a community just to then put no effort in when you get to that point. And I hate to see it. And the thing is, we live in a society where there's a dedicated screenshot button. If you're playing a game, press the screenshot button. When I open my Steam, and I look at my games that I play, I have my screenshot folder for different games. For Yakuza 0, right? How many screenshots do I have? I have 240 screenshots that I've taken from while playing that game. Take a screenshot. Use the actual game. Use the actual game for a thumbnail. It's so weird. And I've seen other YouTubers, and they've even defended themselves about it in the comments. They're like, would you rather see a thumbnail of the gameplay? It's like, what's going on in here? What's going on in here? It's so weird. It's like, yeah, use the gameplay. image in the thumbnail. So wild. They'll go, no, here's my AI generated mouse, because it's like a mouse related game. So you need to see this clearly AI generated mouse. Yeah, it's very, very awful, honestly. It's awful. But yeah, it is weird that they get to like that point where not only could they just spend a couple of minutes just making a thumbnail of better quality, it would take them a shorter amount of time to make the thumbnail than to type the prompt to get the thumbnail image that they're after, you know, for the AI crap. Especially when it's very clear that the thumbnail has no relevance to the game. It's just something that visually resembles something like it, and that just annoys the hell out of me. It's very disappointing to see people do that, because they're clearly earning more than enough to pay someone to just do actual created thumbnails. It's awful. Who am I saving in a fire, AI or the Muppets? I'll be dressed as a Muppet with Muppet puppets on my hands, dying in the fire because I'm made of flammable substance. They need to be on that hustle, and they need to hustle and make it themselves. That's the thing, they're probably at least paying an editor to like edit their videos if they're not editing their videos themselves. So why not just extend that editing to also include the thumbnail, you know? Are there any actual decent Muppet games aside from that one that was like just announced, that Muppet boxing one? Is there? God, I'm never beating these allegations. Jesus Christ. Muppet game. Let's see. We can play Muppets Race Mania. Here you go, guys. Muppet Race Mania on the PlayStation 1. Muppet Racing, dude. Let's go. Look at this image. It's so funny. There you go. Here's a tip. Let Miss Piggy win by Midway. There's also Muppet Monster Adventure. There's two. Race Mania and Monster Adventure. The Muppets have finally come to the PlayStation game console based on their 6 blockbuster movies, including The Muppet Movie and Muppets from Space. Muppet Race Mania lets up to 2 players race as one of their favorite Muppets, including Kermit, Miss Piggy, Fozzie Bear, and Animal. Prepare for a fantastic joyride as you choose from 25 Muppets and speed along 28 zany tracks. Also, get ready for a spooky adventure with Muppet Monster Adventure. Help Robin, Kermit's nephew, outwit and rescue 6 Muppets who have been turned into monsters. Using special morphing powers to turn into 5 cool creatures, Robin will travel through 6 3D worlds and 18 levels to save Uncle Kermit and friends. So get ready to enjoy some roller coaster fun and adventure Muppet style. We got the Kermit bondage. Kermit the Frog here. Miss Piggy was experimenting with Shibari because I dared to win in the Muppet race. I looked up at my screen and saw Muppet bondage. Do you have me on mute? See me yapping about it? You don't say. It's not every day someone comes to our halls to research, still dear. As a fellow student of history, though, I more than welcome the conversation. Palladian civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in two, forming the twin nations of Ul'dah and Sildir. But not unlike the two proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. Ooh. Twins that fought. This is the thing. People are not watching this Final Fantasy XIV stream compared to the others because they're like, ugh, it's Hildebrand, Manderville. Disgusting, and they've turned their nose up at it. And what they're missing out on is us looking at Muppet ads that have some allusions to bondage. Oh, also, Lewis, you asked before, you said how many subs until the Logan reveal. What the hell? You haven't seen my dog? Here, let me show you. Let me get him. I refuse. He's laying on my pillow. It's kind of the cutest thing ever. So I'm not actually going to pick him up at all. I will show you a photo. So I'll watch this. He is sleeping on pillow. Okay, let him have his time. He's being sleepy. He doesn't really sleep on the pillow much, so that's pretty cute. Little guy. Researching the ancient feud between Ul'dah and Sildir, are you? Most impressive. Young people these days show so little interest in learning from the past. Anyhow, I'm pleased to say I have more than a passing familiarity with ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still, to the birth of the mother nation, Belladea. The fifth astral era was an age of untold wonders, when the arcane arts burgeoned and the great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and avarice bred resentment. It culminated in the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the sixth umbral calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors that found their way to Thanalan, where they would found the nation of Belladea some 8 centuries agone. Ah, imagine, a government of mages by mages and for mages. What wonders might have been brought to had Belladean civilization survived to this very day. Alas, this was not to be. Nice. Alright, we can now speak with Hildebrand. Tugboat and Logan. God, it's always going to be a gamble when I try to say someone's username sometimes. Sutafu. We're having a wonderful time. He is the cutest dog of all time. That is very true. The image of a dude playing the game from under the table with a smaller screen popped into my head. Yeah, Logan is a timely gentleman trapped in the body of a dog. He is a sweet boy. One of my favorite bands, Porcupine Tree, Alice in Chains, Incubus. Gorillas. This is me trying really hard. Whenever I get asked a question, my mind goes blank. When someone says, "What's your favorite this?" Just think about my brain. It just, and then I have to like reboot. Daft Punk. System of a Down. Deaf Heaven. Cards Mage already complaining before I've even finished my list. I love Ratum. Yeah, Steven Wilson is very, 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 very talented. I'm seeing Steve Wilson and Opeth in the same month at the end of the year, which is very nice. They're both coming to Melbourne in the same month, and that's really funny that as soon as I say that, Austin's like, "You ever listen to Opeth?" Yeah. I'm listening to them both in the same month, which is really fun. I saw Opeth live in like 2008. That was the last time I saw them, so it's been a little while, but they're finally back and I'm seeing them. And I never got to see Porcupine Tree live, but I'll be able to see Steve Wilson live, which is awesome. One of my favorite little gaming moments on the channel was playing Control, and the end credits music for Control is Fear of a Blank Planet by Porcupine Tree. And I just like lost my mind because I was like, what? I'm like, what the hell? It felt so niche to me in that moment. The dog's called Logan. Yep. My dog's name is Logan. That's right. He has a name, and that is the name. My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed. As it happens, I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. A war of succession divides the great civilization of Beladir, giving rise to the sibling nations of Ul'dah and Sildir, the two nations coexisting for some generations until ill blood boils over, culminating in outright war. Daunted by Uldah's superior military might, Sildir employs their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our Phantom Thief is a descendant of doomed Sildur, who seeks vengeance against those who reduced his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully to the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Sildin statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem, and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has wrought. A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of his grave himself? Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and spectres, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Sildir. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen sultanate. The Sildan connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Beladian relics our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? Few people in town spoke of a man calling upon the victims in the past days. Those who saw him said he had a most frightened air about him. Wait, yes, it's coming to me, of course. My keen investigative senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of. just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You're like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My sources identified the man as Guguria, the traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? Indeed. Yeah, here's the thing. Dogs, they tend to have human names, sometimes old-timey gentlemanly names, maybe. And then you'll come across a cat, and they're like, oh, what's her name? Oh, Garbage Bin and Skate Park. They're sweet little guys, aren't they? You go, oh. There was a thing I saw the other day, which was just like people that post like cat adoption screenshots and like what they're all called. And there was one, and I can't remember, some ridiculous name, and it was like must be adopted alongside this other cat, and then that other cat wasn't included. And I can't remember what it was. Just interesting names all the time. Yes, if you've got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter with the mithril eye. Never blinking, all-seeing, you know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Me? A thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I ain't got the time or the patience for this mummery. Now, if you'll excuse me, an important client awaits. I thought I recognized that voice. Lady Dorilda. Well met indeed. Pray tell, whatever brings you to these environs this fair morning? Why, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. Inspector Briardian, this is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Guguria, we can discuss business after. Pray lend to the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But, Lady Dorilda, what about... Ah, yes. My dear Maria's name day present. I had in mind one of the prize pieces from Eshdame's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Uldar myself? I'll say it just once more, Guguria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, helped me regain something truly priceless. Yes, something more valuable than any mere trinket. You wonder what Clive would have thought if he was transported here. Well, about that, who's going to tell him? It's interesting you say that. Might I direct you to... Which episode is it? May I direct you to episode 34 of my Final Fantasy XIV playthrough. You can take a gander at that thumbnail and determine what that means. Alright, I'll tell you what I know, but you didn't hear it from me, got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of that Zombie dust. The trader's spurn, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims. Got me thinking. Silde, 5 victims. Aye, the Arbiter of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth. I am not familiar with the name. Aye, few would be, on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the Ulda-Silda conflict from reaching the ears of folk like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, what sort of knowledge might that be? Thol's balls! Don't make me say no more, I've got a family to feed. Very well. Just tell us one last thing. Who hired you? Where can we find him? Hob! His name's Hob. When he heard what I said, he told me that he was back going to set sail for Limsa with his 5 best sellswords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him at Vesper Bay. But remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. This man Hob must be one of them killer targets. Doubtless he'll also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive they didn't even know each other's true identities. Now don't ask me how that all works, but Hob's got high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had all been zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew that he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Manderville art of parley has procured for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow and see what he can share with us. And let us hurry. The man's life is in danger, even as we speak. Those balls! It's like whenever... It always catches you off guard whenever there's a game that does something like that with, like, fucking Elden Ring. Bloody Marika's tits. We're gonna go search for Hob now. Over in this direction. Fly. Yeah, that was a while ago. Our 34th stream of Final Fantasy XIV was April 3rd, 2024. And that was pretty much when we just started Stormblood. It's pretty fresh. My dear God, a murder. Master Hob, is everything quite alright? No, stand back, Ellie. Quick, use the dust. He's been zombified. Why are we doing zombies, chat? Hunger. I hunger for your brains. The Chocobo says, I'm out of here. Damn, there's no saving the man. Omega, do what you must. Fight the zombie man. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tells me this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. It would seem that we were a few moments late to the scene. Yeah, I remember that this is not our first encounter with zombies. It does always just kind of catch you off guard whenever it pops up still. And then we're doing the brains. A message. And then there was one. Ah! Ah! What the hell? What the hell? There it is again. Is something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense. A sense that someone, or something, is watching us. The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. Whew. I, too, had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. You will do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector, I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray be wary, not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. Miss Ellie, there is something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life, Inspector? Ah, Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? I'll be careful. I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you would share with me. I love that both Hildebrand and Nashu were like, oh, yeah. Looking away. A secret vow? Oh, consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits our report. Oh no, I've done it. I've done it again. And look at everyone following me as if I know where I'm going. Ha ha. You've all been fooled. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing. This is whatever. As soon as I don't use Aetheryte travel, it's over. I'm like, I'll just walk this time. No! And this is why Uldar is a failed city. A fourth victim? Thal have mercy. Were you able to glean aught of a connection to the other victims? The Arbiters of Truth? No, it cannot be. Somebody help! Miss Ellie, the voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Classic. As soon as Briardian is like, stay alive, don't do anything rash. I have something important to tell you. But I won't tell you now. And here we go. God damn. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man. I only thought to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Haha, Remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? She saw a lurking figure in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of a Sultan-sworn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. Oh, the disguise. The thief of many faces! To think we would find our man like this! Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more, by virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilistic puissance. I declare this case closed. I return this sachet to you, Miss Phyllis. Whilst the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to the cracking of my case. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value that you'd like to wantonly destroy? Oh! A disguise within a disguise. What is the meaning of this? Ingenious. A double disguise. Planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Gui. Guige. This is Gui. Guigui. How are we saying it, chat? How are we saying this name? How do you pronounce this beautiful, beautiful name? Because I'm stumped. Obviously, the G is silent, guys. It's wee. Guy gay? Gay guy. Oh. Gay guy. Got it. I got it. This is Gay Guy, one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. With the Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise through the ranks of the Mithril Eye, Miss Ellie could not bear the face of possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... My lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whisper, it's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. Damn, what a twist. Alright. What the hell? And now the game is truly afoot. Afoot? Where? Show it to me. Ah, what is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? Just as we were about to make our triumphant return. Isn't that so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie! Miss Ellie! That shadow you said you saw, I think it was just a dormouse. Oh! Oh no. To think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. Quite literally stumbled onto the second mask. But not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. So basically what we should be doing every time we like regroup and talk to people is everybody needs to take a little whiff of the dust. They go snort a line of the dust and then see if they're under a disguise or not. It's supposed to be a shadowy figure, but it's it's not obscured enough. Oh my god. Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Who's Varambe Scribbler? Scribbler! Scribbler the super chatter? Oh my god. As I live and breathe, it's Scribbler the super chatter. Not the cool looking eye female Makote Clive. Incredible. Alright, everybody focus. Femme Clive isn't real. She can't hurt you. How could we have been so blind? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable. Yeah, not the lightning-haired cat lady Clive. Oh, beneath the mask, not even the shockingest turn of events will deter the famed agent of inquiry. I saw that lightning cosplay. I saw that. My ever-loyal associate, we must find Miss Ellie, and quickly. Surely if confronted by a constant companion, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh, Miss Phyllis, I thought you already departed the company of your men, but all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than... Hildebrand and... me. Mind you, it is not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day, I received an anonymous letter stating that the position in the committee had opened and I had been chosen to fill it. Phyllis filling it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties, to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultan's Sworn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, until such a time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis. There is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress, and as a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here! Ah, there you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. Quick! Dust! We're now at the dramatic irony portion of the quest where they're clueless and we're not. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse, but it was a really cute dormouse, you see. Just kept squeaking and scurrying away. Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us. Omega, let us split up and canvass our surroundings. Interesting. Where is Miss Ellie? Do you think she went looking for the dormouse too? Apologies, Omega, but I require a moment alone with my thoughts. I cannot allow my presence to put my men in danger. A water-stained letter. My, that's a huge letter. Be wary and be warned. Oh, another one. Trust no one, and your friends all the less. Do we still have any dust? Or is there... we've got a sack. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. Ah, you obtain a sachet of demasking dust. In the next instant, you feel an intimidating presence behind you. It's Dad with clothes on. He's wearing clothes. Ho, ho, ho! If it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Omega. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you? Oh, so your pursuit of the Thief of Many Faces has taken quite the unexpected turn, and now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters? Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend, or is this but another trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In any event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere, or anyone. Myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of the Manderville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be a bit over in his head this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildebrand, his dear mother would not be pleased. Alright, everybody, time for dust. Time to put dust on everybody. Who's this behatted sprat? Something just isn't right. Where did the behatted sprat come from? The hell? The helly? I cannot allow my presence to put my men in danger. Yes, you said that. And you said that. You said that. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst, and yet we have but a single sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the imposter beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Omega. What say you have a few words with each of them, and see if aught seems amiss? This is funny. What if they've already switched? What if it's the behatted sprat? Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Miss Ellie is the phantom thief. It is the only logical conclusion. And yet, I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Inspector Briardian told me all about it. Who'd have thunk Miss Ellie was the phantom thief all this time? She sure fooled me. What if, because we only have a little bit of demasking dust, is everybody, let's all get real close now, and then we'll squeeze the bag and go, and we all, together. We'll all take a whiff. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say. Stands to reason, the fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses, this one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him. And quickly. Time is of the essence. Why does Godbert look like he always farms aura? Because he does. I don't think there's anyone that could farm aura more than Godbert Manderville. It's in the name. Literal Godman. Yeah, anyone who is farming aura is just trying to be Godbert Manderville. I question the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist they have seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father, what brings you here? He laughs. Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you would kindly stand still and shut up, the fiend already stands among us. Among us! Quick, someone go and call a meeting at the table. Someone here is a sassy imposter. Inspector Briardian, I should hope you are not doubting me. Well, I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy. The fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. And who's the one that was alone for the longest? My, Nashu. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder Omega here found earlier. There wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party, but worry not, they should be reporting back within a bell's time. Ha! Time might be against me, but you just watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that is more time than we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Omega here. Nashu and I in particular have had a close and extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning my own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. Of all the times this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense, if he asks me of anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is so close, I dare say at times it is as if we share a mind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. Ahem. I'm Manderville. Man! Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Coerthus to Thanalan, Manderville. Man! You're the best, Inspector. A perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. I've never loved you more than now, you marvelous muttonhead, you. Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty, cretinous old... Genius, Inspector? The charade is up, Miss Ellie. That side eye is crazy. Dust! Pocket sand! Ooh. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different? Well, the Ellie disguise would be a disguise as well, would it not? The higher-end woman. Ooh. Though the small person, the tiny Lala, is gone. What the hell? They thought I wouldn't notice, but I did. Where are you, tiny Lala? You're gone. So the letters spoke true. The fiend was in our midst all along. My prodigious powers of deduction scream out to me. This woman knows something. well done. Yeah, there's a lot of good story and cutscenes in this MMO, for sure. And this storyline in particular is one that kind of is quite tropey because it's like laid out like a bit of a fourth wall breaking detective series, you know? I was all but certain that Ellie was our thief. What is the meaning of this? Who is this unfamiliar woman? And what secrets does she hold? Glamour Dispeller as the reward is funny. Oh, I do need a snack. In whether that was a joke or not about the stream, I actually am a little bit starving. I should probably eat something. Seven hells, done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briardian, once again you fail to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course, we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister, and my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Ceci. Charmed, I'm sure. Ceci? Cece? Are you quite alright? While you look as if you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no spectres. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of Sildian aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, oh, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe you a lot, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to these heights of celebrity. Miss Cece, from a gentleman to a lady. I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all of your schemes? Justice. 400 years ago, Uldan dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. Long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait, the histories say that it was Sildir that turned their own men into zombies. The histories lie, and you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. Classic. So, like, Uldar used, like, zombified warfare. And then once they won the war, they said, yeah, those guys were crazy. They turned all their own people into zombies. This is the very interesting thing about, you know, how the truth is written by the victor. And it's almost always in terrible ways like that. It was Uldar that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie. War crimes. What is this madness you speak, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Uldan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell, the truth that this doe-eyed Sultan Sworn would kill to keep buried in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors of my ancestors knew. Ah ha ha! And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice, a dashing rebel waging battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough, when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Uldan vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened, by assembling 4 secret relics from Beladia, 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sildir, before the Uldan dogs stole them and claimed them of their own. So it dawns upon you at last, yet even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when zombie powder rained down upon Ulda. No, wait, you'll all be dead. Ha! Preposterous. But first, you, my dear, you will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Cece. Oh. Hildebrand! Zombie Hildebrand? You idiot! Just for once, could you not get in the way? Oh. Godbert Manderville! I can't even trust your sorry ass to look after him for a day! Oh my god, is this gonna be... This is gonna be Hildebrand's mother? Oh, what the fuck? That is such a different figure than the shadow figure. Oh my god. I knew it! That presence watching over us from the shadows! It was you, my dear wife! A god man and a god wife. The only thing what this man fears So, it's his wife with a frying pan. Oh my dear God. Am I to understand that you are Hildebrand's mother? Amazing. So the fact that Manderville, like he said earlier, that he has to look out for him because of his mother, and then they paid off that little bit of dialogue almost immediately. Interesting. How old is Godbert? Because he's grey. He's a silver fox. She looks quite youthful, doesn't she? Gilgamesh is like, hell yeah. Ah, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. That's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Omega. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. You're gonna choose now to show up? He's gonna choose now to show up. I can see why Godbert has married this woman. I will tell you that much. Julian is her name. Do ye have potatoes for brains, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse if you hadn't bloody noticed. You, Omega or something, was it? Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet you. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-ass husband here, and look at what that got me. You'll help me out, won't you? Oh, dude, I love the Hildebrand storyline so much. It's genuinely so fun. It's genuinely so fun. Inspector Hildebrand's mother? Fucking Gilgamesh just like knocked out. Alright, before I speak to Julian, I need to grab myself a bite to eat. I'm about to pass out. I need something. Alright, I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience, chat. Sorry, had to whip up some gourmet meal. What you see here before you is a chicken carbonara. Oh, sorry, microphone. Chicken carbonara. You gotta eat some of that. We got some pesto in here. We got some ham. We got some mushroom. We got some chicken. We got some white sauce. Just needed it's lunchtime. No chicken nuggets here. Need to have some actual sustenance. What's my drink? No. We don't need to look at that. We don't need to look at the drink. I just have my bottle of water and nothing else. A bottle of water. Chicken carbonara is not something we have in Italy. How is it? It's yummy. It's tasty. It's yum. So, Morose, as an Italian, does that mean, am I pronouncing your username wrong? Is it Morose? Please let me know. Do not read me for filth. Do you understand me? Let Daddy have his drink, all right? I am pronounced correctly? Good. All right. I'm glad I got it right the first time. That's good. All right, let's speak with the wife, shall we? Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and just look at him. He's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I know just the remedy. A phial of old holy water. The ingredients are simple. a tatter of oversoul rags, and a phial of twice distilled water. Oversoul, you say? I have trauma with that. 3 Italians in chat. Careful what you say, we might cancel your Fuck. I'm sorry. And I'm eating chicken carbonara. What have I done? I'm sorry. I have to put out my apology video. I'm sorry. I'll get out the ukulele. Everything's gonna be just fine. Sid at the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Guest. Now hurry! Once the poison spreads throughout his veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. Hello, Greg? Ouch! That smarts. Ye gad silly. You're looking none too hearty yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany Omega here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? No, but of course, milady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Sidgot Sundries, was it? Come now, Omega. There is work to be done. I love her. So good. Look at her boots. The leopard print cuff on the boots. What a fashion statement. A piece of oversoul rags from Sidgot Sundries and a bottle of twice distilled water from the trader Guest. Now hurry, goddammit, my dear boy's life is at stake. Alright, I'm finally free. I'm finally breaking free of this room. Alright, we should travel to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Oh yeah. Interesting. I mean, sometimes after you finish like a dungeon that you get access to, like you don't even let that guy know you planted the little flowers for him. No follow-up. Or a closure, I should say. Oversoul rags, you say. I fear that I've only a single tatter left in stock, and it's already been spoken for. But, my good man, you must reconsider. My dear friend's life. My dear friend. And quite possibly mine own as well hangs in the balance. I love that it takes, like, Hildebrand's mother to just, like, rock up and whip Gilgamesh into shape. I sympathize with your plight, friend, but a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal. Ah, and you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Well, look what we have here. If it isn't the worry of light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. Oh, hello. As it happens, I just returned from my training, and the slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to a share. Please? My lady, you are far too kind. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildebrand and Omega here, I'd still be tag-teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts. Tag-teaming with that slimy beast? This is a family-friendly game, what the hell? Thou'll take me if that wasn't Avila the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. Why, I've half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. Let's go. So who was the original buyer, I wonder? Anyone important? A kind sentiment, my good man, but we are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we, Omega? And with this, our task here is done. Now let us find this trader named Guest. That buyer's going to be quite upset, aren't they? Alright, where are we going now? To the Chamber of Rule. Whoa. Look at this cool girl squad. Matcha. Interesting. Cool girl Final Fantasy XIV squad alert. Get in, loser. We're going raiding. The blundering Manderville boy is on his last legs, and you need something of mine to save him, you say. Perhaps you can give me good reason why I should care. Those bloody Mandervilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gil for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthier man. And now I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget, but it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, milady, may I have this dance? What is happening? What is happening? Where are we? Who is this? Oh, okay. Arabella. Yeah, no, I remember. Omega, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Heavens, a poor inspector. Well, if it isn't the Lapis maiden in the flesh, what say you bid farewell to preening fops and scruffy adventurers and share a dance with a cultured gentleman befitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Omega with the bottle of twice distilled water that he seeks. They're nodding in the background. Yeah, take that. Here's the stupid part, is this man had a stance that he didn't want to back down from, was that fuck those Mandervilles, they've basically ruined me, they're these rich assholes, and my business is worse off because of them. Screw them, now they want my help. And he, on that, like, high ground that he's on, beautiful, gorgeous woman comes in. May I have this dance? Yeah, give him the water. Compromised. Done. It's like, anything you say, my lady, have the water. You know this man? If that is the price you would set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gil anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? And then she's gonna go, sorry, I actually have a boyfriend. He's right over there. Off she goes. I knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think he was so beloved by so many. Clearly this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, Omega, let us deliver the goods, whilst there is still time to save him. Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. Didn't have to travel far. It's right around here. I trust the two of you wouldn't dare to come back empty-handed. Bloody brilliant. I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. All right. Yes, ma'am. Now stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. Thal, you bloody bugger. Guide my skillet. That should stop its spread. Now it's up to Hildy to flush what's left out of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. I will say, though, while it's clear that she is even the stronger of the two, we've got their Manderville physical genes with the exact same hair and physicality coming through. Look who I found. She was slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Omega, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Silden ruins. We must go there with all haste. Done well by me and my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him, and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What in the seven hells are you standing around for? The future of Uldar is at stake. Omega, my strength is yours as well, for Uldar and our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband, what with you having more muscles than sense. If you're so keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run to the markets and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy warm is key to fighting off the zombification. Let's see, I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I'm a warrior, not a... yes, milady. Yes, ma'am. He's on the market board. I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Omega. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Omega and Hildy both. Oh, to be blessed with such veritable legions of friends, tried and true. But alas, not I. No, only one true friend have I ever known, and she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me? Even Omega could not stand against our combined might. Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words and return here to my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? Enkidu! You gods! What was that flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me. And what? The crystals? Where have they gone? Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice, could it be? My faithful companion, why must you always make me wait so? Ooh, Gilgamesh summoned Enkidu by pure desperation. Apparently in exchange for the crystals. It took all of those crystals to have the power necessary to summon Enkidu or something. Very interesting. Okay. He's still laying there, zombified. Her last vow. Oh! I get to get the Manderville and the most gentlemanly and the wind-up gentleman. Yay! Now everyone who's taunting me with that, I can join the club. If Clockwork Hildebrand doesn't quite roll off the tongue, both Minion of Inquiry and Mammoth Extraordinaire are acceptable alternatives. What are you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moonsick maid digging around at the Silda excavation site with her mind set on turning Uldar into the land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hildy is most touching, but don't you worry. Mommy Dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. That reward does seem like a finale. So I would assume that might be the last of Realm Reborn one. Carbonara very good. Carbonara finished. Mealtime over. Full focus on gaming. But nice and yummy. I feel satisfied with my ingestion of the food. You're under arrest, lady. We've managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead, where your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we considered physically incapacitating her, but that crate she's sitting on just isn't a makeshift chair, it's filled to the brim with the trader's sperm. One misstep, and the consequences could be dire indeed. You are our only hope, Omega. Even in her single-minded rage, surely the time you spent together still must count for something. You need not put yourself in undue danger, only ask that you step forth to where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you, Omega, surely if anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness, it's you. So say Ellie to your erstwhile friend. Again, a side quest, and not only a side quest, but a Manderville side quest at that, gives you the reveal that Uldar's origins are very dark and twisted with its previous twin nation. And it's just like big lore information that is just not going to be addressed anywhere else. Oh, to think this girl and her sister were behind the crimes all along. I dare say this realm is awash with capable adversaries. You do well not to anger the lass, friend. She's sitting atop an ample supply of that zombie powder. I suspect she's not afraid to use it. Miss Ellie, and I thought we were friends. It beggars belief that I could have been so blind. Ellie! With the chat in Novice Network, say Ellie. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . She's got all of the artifacts together, I think, yeah? She's adorned herself in all of them. Omega, I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I will not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Cece is already in custody. Surrender now, and I will see that no harm befalls her. Pretty sure these people are willing to die for their cause. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Cece and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with our only quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago, we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have had once to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down, or suffer the same fate as the Alden dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness. I'm sorry, Inspector. Oh! Oh! Those zombie animations are so fun. There's too many of them. All in a day's work for a Manderville man, and now it's hammer time! I love that this is his fucking Omni/Hammer, dude. Omni/Hammer! Very good. Yeah, where's the Final Fantasy mods on PC that just replace the main character of games you're playing with Manderville? That'd actually be so good. Final Fantasy VII Remake, but you play as Godbert. You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it. It's only with Inspector Hildebrand's ridiculously good fortune that you even made it this far, and he's as good as 6 forms under. Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak with experience when I say underestimate Hildy, and you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. Only a splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the trader's spurn. I fear the good Inspector's luck has finally run out. Thal's balls! Is there no end to them? I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? He nods. So good. It's a shame to lose you, Omega. Warrior of light that you are, you might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions! Oh, what the fuck? The fucking bounce back where she's just like, what? When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. Bugger me with a broadsword, am I eyes to be believed? That pose. No, these are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They are 4 gentlemen of light. Yeah, guys, I didn't want to reveal it, but I am capable of doing this as well. But then you guys wouldn't be able to watch the stream because I'd just blind you too much, so I have to kind of withstand and keep my power level low. Just so, my good man, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? Aye, we meet again, girl. Tell me you got my snowball tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Elazar. Core, you're looking absolutely resplendent today. Impossible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombiebrand was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. An immunity to... just gonna pretend that this makes any kind of sense. And he became the true zombie leader. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briardian, you said there was something you would tell me when all was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said that you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found something. Someone with whom I intend never to part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your jail cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? Can love bloom on the battlefield, chat? Something I'll say that I do think can work in something like this is a very silly story with the characters. You know, on a character level, it's this tropey sort of detective mystery, and you've got like the goofy Manderville stuff, and everything's kind of cheesy and silly and humorous. But it's also dealing with a very serious storyline of like, here's our history of like that's been erased, and the victors of the war have spread this false narrative, and it's like a very serious thing. And she's very dedicated to her mission because it means so much to her. It means more than her own life and her own sister's life. That it's like the only way that you could have this character be defeated, because they're not going to give up. They're not going to give up their ideals. They're not going to just drop it and say, "Oh yeah, sorry, you're right." It has to be beaten by something so overly ridiculous as Manderville showing up, having taken control of a zombie horde, to be like, well, now you can't do what you want to do. I'm sorry. Now go to jail. I'm glad that there isn't like this element of um, hey, don't do that. That's wrong. And she's like, you know what? It is wrong. Because you know that there'll be a part of her that will never forgive the crimes that have happened to her people in the past. It's just so interesting to have such a heavy storyline and plot detail in such a ridiculous sort of setting. And then Briardian's like, you know what? I want to be with you, girl. I want to be with you. Let's be together. Get out of jail. I'll still be here. I hate when I'm right, but no one will let me control my zombie horde. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said that the nation of Uldar was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history. But know this, I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. I like that. It's very respectable. To be like, we need to make the truth come to light. We need her sister to be here for this as well, so they can both chat. Where's your companion, mate? Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. If you're quite done playing cloak and dagger, I require Omega's presence for a matter of far greater importance. Aye, the time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. By the long face, friend. Ah, but mayhap this will have you singing a happier tune. Could it be? The treaty blade, and the true one at that? None other, and I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who would defeat me in single combat. But I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue? Old friend. Whoa. Okay. The green chicken has awoken. Thou be merciful! What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? Nay, 'tis but a chicken gone wrong. Abomination! I'll thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. Ah, but 'twas the most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, and thinking about how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. So, am I right to say that Gilgamesh used... There was a whole collection of crystals together, and because of what we know about primal summoning, Gilgamesh used his green chicken as, like, the sacrifice for a primal summoning with the crystals, thinking about Enkidu so heavily and, like, calling out to summon it. He, like, manifested Enkidu through a primal summoning. Right? That was he paid the crystal cost. The primal tax. It was most the curious thing. There I was holding a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother and thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came a flash from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there she was! By the gods, it makes perfect sense. Doubtless the crystals heard Greg's heartfelt plea, summoning forth his friend. Nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu. I'm locked in on this game, chat. and the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Omega, you may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove so easy a task. And yet I trust you will not shirk from the challenge. I, Enkidu, and I await you at Ampador Keep. Let's go. 'Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for our climactic confrontation? If you would claim the treaty blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu, to the skies! No worries, Morose. Get to bed. Have a good sleep. Thanks for joining the stream and spending time over here. Appreciate you. We'll see you next time. 2 against 1. That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg. Come, Omega, to Amdapor. Okay. This is a grave development indeed. To think that one man could summon a primal on his own. Must send word to the Scions at once. I'm a Scion, I'm right here. Oh, but of course, I had near forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, Omega, you are our only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. God damn, alright. So, we're going to Amdapor Keep. All's well that ends well, eh, Omega? Hildy's undead acquaintances were kind enough to make an appearance at my request. Who'd have thought zombies could be such gentlemen? I reckon it must be my son's good influence. I love seeing the zombies in the distance just striking poses. Ho-ho! I knew that if anything could bring Hildy back from the undead, it would be my dear wife's hand-mixed holy water. That's the world-class culinarian I married. Look at the Inspector go. I'm right behind you, Inspector. I'm sorry for deceiving you, Omega. For what it's worth, it wasn't personal. Ellie, forgive me. After 400 years, this might very well spell the end of the Arbiters of Truth. Whether or not to replace the Fallen is a decision for my superiors to make. In either event, I have decided to renounce my position. I thought they were but white lies, but I have seen firsthand the suffering they can cause. The Gentlemen of Light, cool. They're every bit as radiant as I pegged them to be. One day I'll be a hero myself, just you watch. Humphrey was pegging the Gentleman of Light. What? Huh? Alright, let's go over here to Quarry Mill. I haven't seen the Hildebrand card, no, because I have not opened any of my packs yet. Because there's a lot of time left. Until I finish Endwalker. Once I open Endwalker, we might open up these. You know what's interesting, though, by the way, in regards to the artwork on this booster box, is it's Ishtola, Cloud, Terra, and the Warrior of Light, right? And they put these 4 on. That's amazing. The Warrior of Light, really interesting. He doesn't have his own card. And I remember speaking to my friend Kuso about this, and I said, Kuso, do you reckon that the Warrior of Light was originally planned to be his own commander? And then they changed it to Tidus. Because the 4 commanders for this release is Ishtola, Cloud, Terra, and Tidus. But he's not on there. Tidus isn't on the cover of this. It's very interesting. It makes me feel like maybe the Warrior of Light was a planned commander and then they gave it to Final Fantasy X instead. Are you proud of me, Revan? I was pronouncing Tidus correctly instead of Tidus. And it hurts to do it. Alright. Warrior of Light did deserve to be a commander. Because Titus doesn't scream commander to me because he's not really like leader of the group or anything. Like, sure, he's our main character, but there would be other characters. Like, I would consider like Yuna the Guardian to be more of the commander. I would consider, even Orin, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. Lightning being a commander. Oh, right. Didn't notice that he was... Yeah. Guys, you know who they should have made the commander? Because he's really the main character? Vaughn from Final Fantasy XII. Should have been my leading man, Balthier, damn it. Make my Gideon Emery commander deck. Is that you, Omega? Pray forgive me. I was right on Greg's trail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I might be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead? Together we will reclaim the Treaty Blade from that knave, Omega. Yes, just go on ahead. We'll be along directly. Battle in the Big Keep instead of battle in the Big Bridge. Got it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of different, like, cards in the Final Fantasy set that can be used as commanders. Like, it's obviously not just limited to what you get in the pre-built decks. And that's fun, that you can make decks around different commanders. Whoa, so many buffs. And it's a trial, so we get all 8 of us. That's exciting. How many realms has he traversed, and how many rivals has he felled? Gilgamesh journeys ever onward in his unending quest for the strongest of weapons. But the road is long and lonesome, and a painted rooster, loyal and noble as the bird may be, can bring a man only so much comfort in the darkest and most trying of times. So it was that Gilgamesh turned to the heavens, pleading to be reunited with a long-lost companion. Be it by fortune or fate, his prayers were heard, and the stage for the final confrontation is set. To the victor goes the Treaty Blade. Yeah, I'm pretty keen to have a look at the Final Fantasy cards, because I want to see the Final Fantasy VIII cards, I want to see the Final Fantasy 7 cards. I want to see the Final Fantasy 10 and 12 cards. I want to see what they've done for 13. I'm keen to see what they've done for 15 and 16. At long last, we meet again on the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall come to enjoy our tussles as much as I. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable, unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless. Getting pounded senseless? Why didn't you tell me? Yeah, I won't open the 14 one. Don't worry, guys. I already showed off this stuff earlier on stream, and I said, look at my cards. I said, look at my cards, but yeah, I'm not opening them. They're all still sealed. Enkidu, your master wants for succor. Don't worry, chat. Once we've finished Endwalker, I'll be able to look at my Magic the Gathering cards. Yeah. It's a little bit of a shame sometimes when things like that happen. I'm like, I want to look at my cards, damn it. But I should be able to use the Final Fantasy 7 and 10 decks at the very least. And Kidu, are the bonds of our friendship so fragile? Yeah, Final Fantasy 7 and 10 will be fun to use. And hopefully that can get me back into playing once a week again. Me? Run away? I was but seeking out a more suitable spot. But enough exposition. Now we fight like men and ladies who dress like men. Inclusive Gilgamesh. Let's go. For Gilgamesh, it is transmogrifying time. What the fuck is going on? No worries, Zip. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out in the stream. Oh, now this is the Gilgamesh that I know. With the arms and the weapons, the mightiest warrior ever to grace Eorzea stands before you, by which I mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself. Yeah? Ah, yes. Now that's Gilgamesh. Why am I all the way back here? You were all waiting for me to watch the cutscene. I understand. You'll get no quarter from me this time. Have at thee. You have some skill, I'll give you that, but Gilgamesh has only just begun to fight. What's the matter, friend? All tied up? In chain. Oh my god, I'm getting sword danced on. Most impressive. Very well, I too shall fight with all my strength. Uh-oh, someone just woke the dragon. He has dragon heads now. I love all of these attacks. And now for something truly shocking. Oh god. They tied up Sepultura twice. Do they just go for healers? No, the mighty Gilgamesh will not be defeated. Who's he going for this time? Different person. Nice. Enough why can't I talk? Expository banter. To think that my full completement of arms would avail me naught. No more hijinks from Gilgamesh. You have my word. The Treaty Blade too, I shall return, just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled puissance. Spare me! It was a fun fight, I liked it. Second chance points added to my journal that I don't have. The Wondrous Trails. Oh, we get the Enkidu minion. Nice. Never, never again, this I solemnly do swear. It's always good when there's a boss that's left behind, because it means that you can have a good time. You get the group photo in front of Gilgi. A Realm Reborn finished. Not! Ha! I lied again, like a rug. Dialogue goes too fast. You can take that fusty old blade for all I care. I thirst for true power, and naught save the strongest swords will suffice. Warrior of light, you have proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. For as sure as day follows night, the hour will come when I claim it as mine own. Till we meet again! Incredible. Now, someone did ask a question earlier. Apologies for being very late. I hope you're still here. God, when did you ask the question? I'm so sorry. Where was the question? Hold on, chat, I'm reading. Why can't I see where that question was asked? It wasn't that long ago. Okay. Question was asked at some point if I'm doing all of the Hildebrand quests, and the answer is no. Because it's, well, I mean, we will, but not in one stream. Because it's 5 hours, 20 minutes that we've been streaming. And we've only completed the A Realm Reborn quests. And as far as I know, there's Heavensward Stormblood before there's a Shadowbringer's Break. So we will return to the Hildebrand quest lines soon. We'll try and fit those in as we're playing Endwalker. What ho, Omega? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead me to them at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. Already did it, mate. Settle down. The battle has already been won. It's triumphant news indeed. Clearly, the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The Treaty Blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood. Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? Something I thought about, though, chat, that I could technically do, which would be such a silly way of doing it, is I could open, like, booster packs, right? And what's actually at the bottom of the card is it says at the bottom of the card which Final Fantasy game it's from. Like, it'll say, like, Final Fantasy 7 or 10 or 14 or something. So you can literally open a booster pack and then look at the bottom of the card, and then any card that's from Final Fantasy 14, I just, like, put it away. And then I can look at everything else. That's the way that I would have to handle it. It's so funny to be a Final Fantasy fan who plans to go through content like as blind as possible, because it means I just don't want to look at stuff. Especially for a game like Final Fantasy XIV, because 14 takes so much pleasure in shrouded identity, or like keeping you curious, and a lot of question marks, because like, who's that character? Who's this? What the hell's going on here? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of there's a lot of characters that we don't really have their identities, or we don't have stuff like that, and then you can just be like totally spoiled. And yeah, Scribbler's just said, I haven't played Final Fantasy 13 yet. Got spoiled from Sarah's card. That is the thing, right? If you haven't played all of the mainline Final Fantasy games, you're gonna have spoilers in there, because it's a set dedicated to all of it. So it's just kind of like something you gotta accept, I suppose. I'm not actually gonna open the boosters and hide all the 14 cards. I was just saying that as like, it's something you could do, but I'll happily just keep it sealed for now, and then I'll play around with the Final Fantasy 7 and 10 commander decks, because that's safe for me. Maybe I'll customize those precons a bit, and then I can actually go and play them. And then there's definitely a little serialized Chocobo card in here, guys. I can feel it. Yeah, there's you can get like different colored versions of like the traveling Chocobo. It's a lot of money. And then there's also the serialized versions where there's only 77 in the whole world. They love to do that to you. Omega, what news of the Primal and the Treaty Blade? Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildebrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship. At once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I've found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of lost Silda. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' name through the mud. And just how did you come to know of these long-lost relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandmother. She's fucking fallen asleep in the background. The details that go on in the background of the characters' net animations is so funny. Just like in the back, just, whoa! It spoke of the 4 Warriors of Light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking of the words had no effect. Only a Warrior of Light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. Ah, what I wouldn't have given to see it. The ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. Just what sort of incantation is this? The ring, oh, there's the ring. Casts open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers a verdict true. The Zema's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the Warrior of Light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, blade in hand, I swear unto you. The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends! Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Have I noticed the stalker? There was a little Lala at one point that I did notice, yes. Hildebrand's animation work is actually so fucking good. Like, his animations feel so humanly natural and loose. It's so interesting. The way he moves. Behold, safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yes, just like that. I swear unto you, then. My word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous. Hildebrand isn't a warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the Treaty Blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No. The light! Someone stop it! I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon! For fuck's sake! Skyward ho! He didn't even fucking move when he was launched up in the air. Well, I dare say that proves to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the Treaty Blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say I never expected it to quite literally be a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector, oh Inspector, wait for me! Thol's balls, Hildy. First you almost die at your poor mother's feet, now you fly off to God knows where without giving her a kiss goodbye? Oh, it appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildebrand, as it has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the Sylvan incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but by a gentleman of light? Well, the Treaty Blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Belladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes. It's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a dream's girl... A dream's girl. A girl's dream come true. Sorry, Chad, I taught myself how to read, apparently. A gentleman to the end, the bloody bastard. It would be funny if he said, Heaven's Ward, ho! You're right. Fucking rocket sword. What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye? A curious scent wafting in on the winds from a far-flung land? Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends, for whoever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildebrand, shall be there till we meet again. Actually, incredible ending. Hildebrand will return? Dude, the wrap-up with everybody there is so good. Another calling card. That's all, folks. Let me use all of my stuff. Let me use all of my stuff. I'll put this in my glamour dresser and I'll walk around like this so I can just be a Manderville man, I reckon. That's perfect. Alright, chat. You know the drill. That brings this stream to a close. It's a Manderville world and we're all just living in it. We have completed the Realm Reborn element. It's literally just the Realm Reborn element of Hildebrand's quest lines. There is still Heavensward and Stormblood for us to take a look at. And that might take longer? I don't know. We'll see, because like we've only just finished Realm Reborn and this was like one stream of doing like his last few things, because we'd also done a lot of them in previous streams a long time ago. So we'll do the other ones. Maybe we could try and do like Heavensward in one stream and Stormblood in another, but we shall see what happens. The expansion stories are shorter apparently, so that gives me a little bit of hope that we can do that. And there it is. It's my most gentlemanly. The fact that there's a tome scroll is kind of crazy. I have a tome scroll. Look how cute I am, guys. Gotcha. Oh. Lovely. All right. That's how we're going to end it, chat. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you've enjoyed this stream of the Manderville questline. I thought it was brilliant. I had a lot of fun. Next stream, we are starting Endwalker. We are going to begin a new expansion storyline. A new expansion begins is always a very exciting time. Our 4th stream. That's going to be on this weekend. And like I said, on the weekend, we're starting those streams at a different time. A little bit of a late night stream for me instead of an early morning stream on the weekend. And it's a weekend, so we can all stay up late. You can make the excuse. Stay up late, wake up early, whatever time zone you're in. We'll do something a little different. And we're going to start Endwalker, and I don't know how long that'll go for, but we'll find out. I think I'm going to start the stream earlier than I did last time because it was quite spontaneous. Like I started the stream at like 1:30 in the morning. I might start at my like 11:30 at night or something like that, so that's like a couple of hours before, but we shall see. I'll probably do like a couple of hours before, just so it's not super late for me. And I expect we'll probably do like a 5-hour stream minimum as like the opening of Endwalker. I think that's that'll be suitable. So that's how the Final Fantasy XIV streams are probably going to go going forward. Is on the weekend they will be a late night stream for me. And on the weekday, it'll be what we did today. Be a bit of a balance. And it allows people that have never been able to catch these streams a chance to also watch them and join in, which I think is also nice. And occasionally there's some crossover between those groups as well. There you go, there's my small guy. There's my wind-up gentleman. But there it is. I hope you had a good time today, chat. I'm looking forward to Endwalker. A new expansion starting is always super fun, especially with the build-up. Wait, there's a small... There's... I have a second minion. I have a second smaller minion. What the fuck? I was like, wait a minute. Whose minion is that? Wait, that's also mine. Jesus. That's so good. All right. I will see you on the weekend, chat. I'll schedule the stream, and you'll see when we start. Thank you so much.